Welcome back to Workers and Resources. First things first, fuel check. 6.5 thousand. Fuel is basically the lifeblood of our economy, and whatever happens to the fuel price, well, we have a single pump check running, which is enough to make back the price of fuel, at least. We're going to develop to another location that will help us deal with that a little bit more efficiently. Last year, import of fuel was 3 million and export of oil was 3.8 million, so we can use this a little bit to pay back our loans that we had running from in the beginning when fuel price went up and we had no oil, because we're still very low on available loan capacity, but it is getting better now. We can take out another 1.4 million. We have 1.6 million in the bank, because I don't want to risk running out of money when I plan something. But yeah, that's where we are. Road to the new area is beginning to be built. I am thinking of laying down the train tracks and the 2-lane road on its new destination. We will have to rework this area for that. The road should make a pass through here. I am not so sure about the coal mine anymore, because I think we will set up the coal mine behind the lake, and I'm not sure what we can do with the excess workers in the area. It's nice having enough workers, I guess. I mean, the extra workers will go into the iron mine. That's what we're doing. Extra to iron ore processing plants, so we have 4, which is exactly what the iron mine should be able to handle at 88%. And then we'll see. Hello, Oren. My day is going well. I popped another antibiotic, so I'm feeling like I'm having a fever again. But other than that, we're doing pretty good. That needs to be an asphalt road. How are you? The coal was located somewhere on this hill. I think somewhere here. So cableway cars and a tunnel leading up to the hill will be needed. We can conveyor it down to the processing plants and then have the waste management, the processing plants and the train stations in here. Hill again. I feel better when I don't take the, or like shortly before I take the antibiotics, but when I pop them, I feel like I'm sick again. So that's probably just antibiotic side effect. I think I'm getting better. But we still got until Monday, when the antibiotics will run out, to make a decision. Courthouse looks okay. These buildings will be quite expensive with their 200 tons of steel cost, but like I said, any price compared to the fuel price is negligible, so it shouldn't really matter that much. Where are my heating plants? Heating plant 1 Heating plant 2. Heating plant 3. Heating plant 4. There's the heat exchanger in the center. The heating plants take care of the heating outside when it drops below 0 degrees with one worker. And they give it a nice toasty 17 degrees in here. I do have insulation technology. Heating plant for Gugoshny, like I just said, is right here, next to the low quality roll flat. And they're doing fine. How? I think as long as the heating plant doesn't run more than like 50%, they're okay. Like they will still drop to like 65 years or so of life expectancy. But they are doing okay here. These ones were doing a lot better, like a little bit further away. Much better. I wonder if I'm missing something, because there's something dragging down the health. And I think it's just the heating plant in general, pulling it down a little bit. But yeah, that's what I wanted to test, like 1930s style urban planning, just like heating plant right in the middle. Doesn't work so well for the city, because when the heating plant goes over 80%, it murders everyone. But right now it's okay. Health is around 80% in here. And the city is better, since we had to move the heating, the most of the heating, out of the city, because it was also causing problems. These heating plants, the 3 small ones, were responsible of heating the whole city before, but the health impact was too large, so I moved everything to the majority of heating for the large heating plant here, and the small heating plants just make sure the outer edge is like nice and toasty. And we can build houses around these and they're fine, so that should be... Like I'm basically planning on expanding the city a bit more. I think this layout is working pretty well, where we have like a large heat exchanger dealing with the majority of heating, and then small heating plants at low capacity, making sure everything is high enough. Everything is in range. Some of them quite far away, of course. But that's what the small heating plants are for. With the insulation technology, we should be good until internal building temperature of 13 degrees. And we haven't dropped to that yet when everything ran fine. You will export whatever's in the rail construction office, as will you, because this building is going to be obsolete. And we're going to tear it down once it's empty. It has done its job. Still missing the water here. Why is that? Because the water pipe didn't hook up properly. So the idea in the future would be the large heat exchangers as far away as possible from each other. I'm not sure if it will work with small heat exchangers, where you could get a lot more distance in between them, but I'm using the large ones for the main cores. And then the outer edges, where there could be low-density housing, similar to the village of Gugoshny, would just be heating plants with low-density housing around them. And yeah, as long as they don't have too much pollution in the area, they don't drop down too much. I tried building a lot of small heating plants dotted around in the city, running at low throughput, like everyone at like 1 or 2 workers only, but that didn't work. The pollution generation was more that way, instead of using a single heating plant that runs at higher throughput. So I wonder if like having a large heating plant in the middle of the city would also work fine, because I think the heating plant is a lot more efficient at distributing temperature to buildings than having a heat exchanger, because it has the full capacity of its heat water tank. I'm not sure if I should try that at some point, like just have the large heating plant in the middle, like a Frostpunk, and then build a city around it. Hello Tumahai, welcome. Found that if residential is more than 200 meters away from the plant, pollution has no effect. That depends on a bunch of factors, because if you have multiple sources of pollution, they can accumulate and pull the pollution a little bit further. Like if you have a large heating plant here and a large heating plant here, both more than 200 meters away, they might still pull each other closer towards the city for the accumulated pollution, but in general that's true, yeah. Also hello, Nitangil, welcome. But yeah, the plan now is to set up another settlement. It is going to be a larger one, I think. I'm having this as an idea. I still need to build the train tracks towards it, because supplies will have to come by train, not by truck. I'm also thinking of delaying going towards vehicles that are more modern than 1960 or that, because we lost so much time from the early start when we had to deal with the fuel issues, waiting, hoping that the fuel price would recover. I wonder if we can change that up a little bit. So this road will be demolished in the future, go along this hill, then cross over on this side with a diagonal bridge from here to this point. And then continue along the coast. Probably a settlement here, small village, gas station, people, keeping everything alive. With the supplies coming from Bugudonsk, similar to the small village I set up here at Toymasnoy, which also has 200 people, over 200 people. No highly educated here, please, thank you. You need people with a higher education, which do exist here, so I'm not sure why you're not sending any of those 32 highly educated people into the clinic. I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually, probably. There you go. Finally sent one. Probably sent them to the bus stop and got carried away to the city or something. Let's put that at 4 workers then. Make sure there's always doctors available. Might need a monument here, but this village is disconnected from everything. As soon as people move in here, no one in here gets a university education. People with a university education will move in, and if they die, they get replaced by people from the city moving back. We give them a school education via bus route, but that's about it. So the students take the bus to the city. And the passengers who need attraction buildings also do that. And any excess worker, if there's any. That power line. That'll require a little bit of reworking. Unless I go through it, but no, I think we'll cut down the power line, and might be the first one I turn underground, I don't know. I mean, we could bring supplies by road. They added larger trucks after all. I just feel like a train would be a lot more safe. I also was thinking of retrofitting a passenger train station into Bugodonsk, which we could do, try to. Somewhere down here maybe, running it around, and then having a passenger train connection between the two cities. Could build that here, I think. That would work. Large one might be overkill, because there's not really any point where this train would go to from here. It's like an end station. The railroad it's going to be the same one that goes to the customs house. So this one would just go up and connect to the train line. It's like a terminus station. If it behaves like the other train stations, it should be buildable just through a footpath. Which it is not. That's a shame. I thought the other train stations had that as a feature. Yeah, these ones are fine. That way, I guess we could use one of the other ones. Oh, because it has vehicle loading unloading spaces. Probably for like buses and stuff. I guess. Could make it a smaller train platform. It's not that large of a city. Doesn't quite reach the bus stop over here. Unfortunate. Now it does. That would combine all the bus stops basically to be able to go to the train station or send people to the train station. Or vice versa. People that get sent here, we can send them directly to the bus stop up here, from where they can make their way to a different location. If I want to have buses go to the train station, I would have to hook it up by road. But I don't think we need that. And if we do, then this side would still work. We'll start paying back our loans, increase our loan capacity. What is the fuel price doing? Oh, it came down by 600. But it usually does that at the beginning of each, like, upstream and then it goes back up. We will see. So I don't think we're gonna set up a coal mine here. I think this is just gonna be the train running through here. The iron ore in the future we can bring by train to the steel mill, which is probably gonna be what the next settlement will have set up. Somewhere around here. Oh. Oil price spike upwards several months before returning back to normal. Well, we've been used to it for now. Should be fine. That is a pretty long bridge. Should allow ships to go through, not that we have that planned right now because of that bridge as well. Does pollution affect buildings other than residential? I don't think so. Like, I think it affects kindergartens. I haven't checked if it also affects things like hospitals. It doesn't affect prisons, that one I've tested. For example. Height-wise, we're already at the correct height here. Just stay and get to like 40 meters-ish. And we should be good. How's the fuel? Could run an import. Wouldn't be able to unload everything. 262 fuel. Not quite. Oh, looks like the fuel is doing things again. It went up to 10,385 because of the fuel price spike. So we shouldn't be importing right now. Let's give it some time until it recovers. Ooh. Not really who. Okay, it's coming back down to 8,000. Hello, Mega Monkey. Yeah, probably just get rid of that power line. The only thing that one is doing right now is providing us with power for the end station, so I'll just demolish it and rebuild it with an underground wire, I think. Yeah, let's do that. $10K. Morning, is it possible to buy fuel when cheap and store it? Yeah. But you don't know if the price will go up or down, so cheap is relative. If we buy it now at 5,000 and store a lot of it and suddenly it drops to being only 100 rubles per ton, it's we wasted a lot of money. We do have a storage that allows us to wait out price spikes a little bit. I heard you fixed a bug with a misconfigured vehicle. What was the issue? Yeah, Mega Monkey made the waste trucks and excavator functioning. Well, he copied the fix over to Discord. Okay, construction work over here looks good. Making good progress. Already a ton of workers waiting here too. It's gonna create some unemployment. They need to go anywhere really from here. So they can go back to the existing bus stop and not run into unemployment. We only need like 45 more workers for these per building. So 90 more workers for all 3 shifts combined. And I need to assemble another iron train and have the other train track for loading be built. Hopefully now it's connected. Fuel price back below 6,000. I'm gonna trigger the import, I guess. Okay, another 1.8 million rubles worth of fuel, which is going to last us another half a year. Now the rail line can be easily moved through here, especially once we redo the road. Very nice. Maybe it doesn't like the higher elevation now with the power line anymore. That could be true. I might have messed it up. I guess if we go over to the left a little bit, it'll fit. It's fine. too high. I just need to be a little bit closer to the tower. It's fine. We are good. Then we go past here. And find our path. I think I'm gonna export the resources with you now. Why are you sending stuff to rail construction? You're loading from the sawmill. Well, no loading from the sawmill anymore, and import turns to export. For now. Still have to give it a vehicle that brings steel over to the construction office, I guess. Dedicated vehicle like in Bugodonsk would work. Wherever it's parked right now. It's refueling. Well, we should be able to trigger the demolition of this train track now. Still no water connection. Missing a bit of steel, and then it's good. So there would have to be a rail line coming in from this side, from the train station. Then going probably like up a hill here, across the road, and then linking up with the train track on this end. So that connection could then be made from here. That should be fine. Got enough space. We'll probably get another rail construction vehicle. What height are we on? 32. Quite bumpy terrain here. No excavator in sight. Not sure why you're not auto-assigning yourself to the demolition. We got modern bulldozers. Hooray. Too fast. I disagree. I'm gonna cause a massive traffic jam here. Minus 26 degrees, temperature looks like that. A few houses are in range of the heating plant directly, but this is the heating I'm going for. Over 13 degrees is important. And we're spending as little coal as possible to make it as cold as we can, so the pollution gets reduced as much as possible. So we're dropping down to 14 degrees here, which is getting close to 13. But it should be fine. Handle steel delivery to that repair station, meaning we don't need the free distribution office anymore for hull trucks. That is then obsolete. Oh, looks like the demolition has happened. Just too much gravel in the rail construction office right now. Which means water has been hooked up. And it's running. Price will not return to normal anytime soon for the oil price. So there we go. Perfect. What more do we need? Still gotta remove all the coal from here. Not just gravel, also coal. But this distribution office is done. And the vehicles too, since they've been here since the start, I think. 26 years. the scrapyard. Plant trees reminder. That's fine, right? I really should stop exporting wood and just use it domestically. There's not that much profit in it. Just stop selling. And that way I don't have to plant as many trees anymore. Also, I haven't looked at what the oil price spike did yet. Looks like we're at 6.7 thousand now as a default. So yeah, it went up a bit. The AGMU is available. Goes 60 kilometers an hour on the track, so it would be the fastest vehicle on the trade track. But it requires diesel, and that's way too modern for us. I want to try an ONK Dampfträgran, just to see what the differences are. This one seems to be slightly weaker, one less track building speed. It's also shorter, so I wonder if it has less carry capacity. It's cheaper too. I think this one is probably the better one. I don't know. Fun times. They all ran out of fuel because of how bunched up they are behind the bulldozers, so now they all have to go and get fuel, and there's no one running the bus route anymore, I think. But at least they have food, so it's fine. I might spend my research point on pollution filters that I got from Thomas Neu. Just so the whole setup with the small heating plants inside the city assisting the large heat exchangers has even less of an impact on the pollution. Please no. What? Why? I also need to assemble another train, like I said, because of the iron ore processing plants which will finish construction soon. It could be worth it having a small heating plant and a police station up here, because the crime is starting to pick up for how many people we're letting stand around on bus stops. I should maybe have another monument here, because there's another bus stop that people will be standing around on. Get something, anything that will unlock more profits. So an oil refinery is what you're saying. Something, anything, includes oil refinery. Oh, fuel price at 8.5 thousand. Still going up. Oil price at 4,000. Half of the fuel price. This thing is making so much stupid profit. Where are all the trucks? Are they stuck behind a bulldozer? Not yet. But soon. It might be worth just selling these, like... Get rid of them, like... Don't deal with the traffic jam right now. Who are you and what have you done with the real dust bright shirt? Hey, you said anything that makes a profit. I think I'm going to set up a distribution office for the coal distribution towards the building. Hacking the save file for money makes a profit, but we don't need a research point for that. Low-tech does not deal with the hacking of the save file by people. That is out of its scope. Let's start with a small distribution office, and if we need another one, we can build one on that side. Give it a name. Actually, it's only going to be coal. The other one that we are going to build might take over coal and gravel for the rail construction, but this one is dedicated to keeping this this coal storage full. Those poor people. Because the line now thinks it's 800 seconds, it's like they're not sending out buses fast enough. I'm gonna set it to a fixed timer of 50, so let that get settled back in and then change the timer again to variable after. It's complaining about temperature being low, but because we have the insulation technology, we're fine until 13 degrees. And only after will there be a slight impact on health that gets worse and worse the longer we are below 13. I think without that research you're like limited to 15 degrees. Oh, one of them is finally done. Very good. The new pickup is from here. Fuel at 10,600, default price now. I'm scared, but also not really, because we have a pump check. As long as that one is fine, we're safe. We just have to make sure we put down another pump check before we expand over our fuel demand. As long as we're running trains for the majority of resource transportation, it's going to be okay. Nothing else matters. We could hook up the pump check on that side and run another truck route to an oil tank here. We could change our approach and put down a larger oil tank. And then whenever we run the fuel import, we would also pick up from the large oil tank. Because I don't want to run the majority of export by the citizen good train, although it would work fine probably. We're gonna get another train assembled for the iron exports. 37 train cars. We will test if we can make this 38, because it looks like we have enough room for another 12-meter train car. This one is really good. Send the iron train into the depot and check if we can attach another train car. And if yes, then we need 38 train cars for the new train. Depot full. There we go. The alternative is just to use a different engine that is slightly longer. This one, 14 meters, would be kind of cool on our export lines, so I will change that instead. That one looks pretty cool. $340k just to look cool, huh? Yeah, 340k to look cool. It's fine. Probably. We've done worse. No, we can't buy it because it's too much stuff in the customs house right now. Well, let's see if we can add another train car here. We were able to, and now it's 150 meters. And I guess we're gonna go with the layout the way it is, and no different engine. And just make it 38 train cars long. It's fine. Wait a minute, what? Oh, okay. Because of the train cars being reshuffled, everything has been ordered differently. We need 2 train cars for metal scrap and 2 for construction waste. Although that might change once we have... Let's make it 3. Because we will have 2 more processing plants running. Okay. You know what? Give me the other train. Which one are we running? WR360C12. Which is the cheapest one, I think. Oh, not anymore. There's one that only goes 40 kilometers an hour now. But it is 10 meters long. It's the same length. It might work. Sure. I want this animated running gear. Very cool. 11 train cars plus 8, so we have 19. Means we need another 19 to get up to 38. Good progress. As long as our finances hold. I mean, purchasing a whole nother train right now is kind of like a luxury. But we are increasing our iron exports to match. And iron is will be our second most profitable export. Large volume on iron ore. Iron. Oh, Trash Panda. Welcome. Need another 10 train cars. Sure, go pick up the other train cars. Another 12, gotta run 2 more times and then we can assemble the train. Hopefully the train is fine at carrying 38. If not, we have to get the WR. Literally just purchased the game on Steam. Then what you're seeing might be very confusing because you're going to be mostly seeing snow since we're playing on Siberia, which is part of the Biomes DLC, which puts the game at 7 months of snow. So don't be confused when it's going to stay snow white for a long time. I think we'll hook up the other pump jack. I'm gonna build it in this way where if it burns down, I don't care. We'll just drag a power line over here and hook up the pump jack right now and run a truck route to it. Might even just run a truck route to export to the border directly without a storage to the train. Because it's not really set up to handle more than one. Making the bulldozers a little bit faster, 20 kilometers, but I'm buying excavators that drive slower, so seems only fair, I think. Got all the DLC as well, had it on sale for 50. Nice! I knew the base game was on sale at 50% off, I didn't know the whole package was too. What a glorious sale. think we need this to be asphalt, otherwise it's gonna run into issues. And like I said last time, I kinda want to build up the train station first, from which the settlement will be constructed. So we would have a train station bringing in construction materials to the lake. And then we would build from there. This area could basically be the construction sector because there's not a lot of oil here. We would focus our efforts on the oil on that side. Up to 2 pump jacks, that would make a ton of money. So much money, liquid gold doing good? No, I just took out the last loan. Hello, Simon. Because I'm building a large train, so we're running risky again. Making another iron export train because the 2 new processing plants will be coming online soon. They're just waiting on tons and tons of concrete, which I maybe can give them a few more concrete trucks now. How's the lake community east of Moscow dedicated to the party elite called Gorky? Oh, last loan, more oil needed. Yes, we're working towards more oil. Soon. So I guess we could set that up right now. I kind of want to flatten this piece. But yeah. We can just run the road around here. That'll be fine. I think I'm okay with that. And a power line to run the pump jack. But this one will be temporary, so I'm not going to worry too much about how it looks. Because it's going to be somewhat in the way of like future expansion. And we'll hook it up to like a proper setup of the proper pump jack in the future. Right now it's only going to be a very efficient pump jack that we will send directly to the border. So I don't think we'll use an oil tank here. I'll just make them... I'll set up a truck route that drives directly to the customs house. It would make sense to have like a dedicated train station for loading the oil onto. There was not really a plan to load the oil onto the train station from the settlement. Fuel price came back down to 6,000, okay. But it jumped up that high once, it might do that again, so we will build that other pump jack up. And run a truck route and try and suppress the fuel price even more. Finish one iron ore processing plant first before starting on the second one. Well, let's see if this train is long enough. If it can hold all the train cars. If not, I'll have to buy it a shorter engine. It is not long enough. Only 37 train cars. That's fine. Probably. Yeah, it's fine. We'll attach the other train car to like the gravel export train or something, and that'll be fine. We can have a spare train car for something. That did not copy the customization of the train car, so I have to do this copy command. It says it's already assigned, but that might be true, but I want the wagon customization to also be copied. I thought it did it that way. Maybe because it's a different number of train cars, it gets confused. Anyway, 3 construction waste, 3 metal scrap it was. And let it run. This one's slower than the other iron train. But it gives us some diversity on engines, I guess. Hello, Lopo. Welcome. Bulldozers and excavators are ready. I need to go over here. And see if we can run the train on that route. Elevation difference. Need to go up. What a railroad. Sudden headache just now? Yes. You did your job. Right. And go to 40-ish meters here. And we would have to do the same thing again, run the railroad out that way. That's an elevation change. Slight curve. I think that looks fine. And then from here, left-hand corner, past this area, where there might be a road. I think the road might go through this mountain tunnel and then come across through here. So the road and the train track would take different paths, basically. The road can keep going along this train track and then go through a tunnel, come out this way, and onto the path over here. Either that or just bring the road out here and build a road bridge also towards this location. That's a cool bridge. Well, you know, we're all about looks on this playthrough. Everything has to be looking swell and beautiful. Come down here, on the outside, loop around, and then it can go to the river from that side. We could also have a tunnel go through here, in the beginning I guess, but we don't have a tunnel boring machine, so I want to skip on trying to make rail tunnels for now. But that would be a retrofit, like having a train tunnel come through from this side and be like a little bit shorter of a track, maybe in the future. Hello Dentrasi. Almost back to normal time. Yes. Don't find tunnel machines boring. Well, they do bore a lot. But yeah, I think we can start building towards the bridge, and including the bridge. Maybe get a second rail construction vehicle. Put some signals in place here so that they can build without affecting the other trains too much. Let's get the other O&K Dampfdrehkran, because I want to see what it looks like. 10 workers at most. Nail guns don't rivet, they nail. You're also punny today. Okay, maybe that train is struggling a little bit too much. I might have to give it a better engine. It's very slow. Only has 300 kilowatt of engine power. This one, well, it only has 265. But this one seems to be doing well. I don't know. I guess it's fine. Oh yeah, it's fine. It was just being slowed down by rail construction traffic, I guess. Feels weird having a two-lane track for the trains again. Very efficient. I'm gonna replace 2 of these dump trucks with larger versions, which will help with road construction, groundworks of larger buildings and the like. Because we do have the BZ252 available now. Also asphalt deliveries to road constructions, not just gravel. Fuel price down 5,200. I think the game realizing that we're hooking up another pump jack and is like, oh, yeah, maybe we're bringing down the fuel prices back to normal. Maybe now we're doing that. I don't trust you, game. Not one bit. That asphalt good? What? Confusing. Yeah, that's a... I guess it's about the same. It's just shorter, but it seems to have the same amount of material on the back. A single train car worth of material. The other one just has a lot of dead space. Oh god, Lopa. Jesus Christ. Are you trying to make me say words now so you can put like sound samples into your like triple B game or whatever? Your Flash Romance game, whatever. Oh, it looks pretty cool. Looks more modern, definitely. It's no EDK, but we don't have that one yet. And I guess I'm not going to get an EDK, probably. I might. Not using an EDK feels so slow. Oh, we're running out of gravel. No wonder the concrete deliveries are so slow. All that road construction and now the processing plant's eating up that much. We'll run 4 trucks as a distribution office for now. The direct route can still work, and if it is insufficient, then the distribution office will kick in. I will also use that distribution office to load gravel from the export plant and bring it to the concrete plant, I guess, whenever there's some available. That's probably not gonna happen. Should be a direct route, I guess. Maybe I can put a dump truck on it. Wait until loaded, send it to the concrete plant. And the road construction is now also consuming more. I think we just need another truck. The other vehicles are not waiting until unloaded, but this one should, because it has so much capacity. Yeah, power lines you don't really pay attention to look so awkward. Well, if people consider being first being wrong, then you must be an only child, Lopo. Perfectly mode. Let's increase the amount of workers here. I do believe we will get an EDK, especially with the distance of rail construction that we're trying to build. It's going to be necessary. So the plan from here, loop around to this rail line, and then we have a connection towards the inside where we can bring the construction materials in without having to build a tunnel for the trains. Although a tunnel construction by the rail construction office is also not too difficult, because while it's like tunneling, it's not sending the vehicle back and forth, so it's constantly using the workers from the rail construction office at that point. Maybe I should just build a tunnel here. The asphalt road wasn't really planned to be super permanent if we had to make changes, but I guess it will be. It looked fine. Then a train track can come around the side on the outside here. Or we could cut across, because we're going into the settlement. But the first thing we need is the resource storages, and I guess we could set them up as close as possible to the area to maybe have the fire station still cover it. That would be helpful. No one's planned. The baby was planned, but Lopo wasn't planned. Yeah, I guess we could replace this with 2 trucks now. Only concern is the waiting until unloaded would cause problems. Having more than 2 of these. The other option would be to remove the construction offices, put in aggregate storage here, and then run a single truck from the aggregate storage to the processing. Oh my god, the stupidest thing would be to directly connect an aggregate loading to an aggregate unloading station. That would be so stupid. That's fine, I'm sure. Nothing can go wrong. Almost done with the concrete, and they can start work on the second processing plant. We now have our new water and sewage substations, so these ones can go. No need to have 2 of them if this one is also hooked up to a sewage pipe. Alright, we need to run a fuel import. The Republic commands it. Fuel price right now is at 5,200, which is very low compared to what we're normally doing. So let's do it. Also take out a loan so we don't run out of money while we do that. There's the fuel import. 1.6 million something. 1.25 for the fuel and 430,000 for the bitumen itself. You import power? Yes, I don't have a power plant yet. With a coal mine, then we could build a power plant too. We could build just a single rail bridge for now and make them use a single one, crossing back over to the bridge. I don't think it would save us that much. clipping a bit through the hill. That's better. Well, now the hill is clipping through this piece. Oh my god, that's a curvy rail bridge. We can't have that, that's a bit too fancy. Single curve, yes. Double S-curve rail bridge is a bit much. This would be better, like a nice gentle curve is okay. But a double S-curve, I don't think so. So from here to this one is okay. That one is acceptable. Sclerosis bridge. Sort of, yes. We can have that? No, we can't. Hello, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Welcome. We're building early start bridges now. I think that one's okay. Or is it? Why are these misaligned? Drag it in the wrong direction? No. I guess that's just what it is. Still doubting myself with this setup. This all doesn't look like it should work. Too steep, huh? Okay, now that's better. Bridge degrading at an unpredictable rate is also kind of scary. Well, bridges degrading in general would be very scary, yes. Coal price going up. Infrastructure doesn't, right? Anything that isn't a building doesn't degrade, no. So tunnel, road, power line, train tracks, rail bridges don't degrade. Pedestrian footpaths, steps degrade because they're technically a building. That's using up a lot of steel. The train line hasn't run in a while, probably because no wood has been made. We're not exporting wood anymore, so this should be fine. I'm just going to make you not wait until loaded for wood anymore. Is there a maintenance layer to the game? Does infrastructure have a lifespan? Like most buildings do. These ones do, so switches and transformers, but like I said, roads, rail, lines do not. If you have a building that's connected to a rail line, like a coaling station, then yes, that one does degrade. Yeah, healthcare over Twitch chat would be quite painful, I would assume. BP, bus platform, processing plants. So now I can at least easily see what's going on here. This one's for the iron mine. No, thank you. I'm good. Cableway for the iron mine. Makes it easier to see that one too. Try and send the people to local buildings, not the bus platform. Any building that is not the bus platform here, or the cableway next to it, try and feed all the workers back to where they can do something, so they stop looping around as much. Still need that waste storage over here. And maybe that extra technical service, or better technical service vehicles that just drive faster over the asphalt roads, but I think another technical service would help. Make sure that everything works really well. Road to the next oil well. That will be temporary. This will probably be cut off at some point to make it a proper road, but for now, just an insurance policy on money. We'll finish that road construction with the power line. Put a demolition office here in case it burns down so we can easily rebuild it. And then, yeah, just export oil from that too. Maybe even set up an end station. In case it burns down, it doesn't cause an immediate traffic jam throughout the Republic. Probably a good idea to also have it be able to refuel vehicles. We'll refuel them before they go out towards the oil wells. Because we don't really have a settlement here yet where that could happen more conveniently right now. All resources in the processing plant are available. Let's finish it and put it to good use. More iron processing is definitely a good idea now. Especially with 2 trains running. And the conveyor engine still needs to be built. But after that it will be done. Too distant, you say? Because it's a gravel footpath, I guess. Gravel road, rather. Seems like that's working. We're still producing more iron than that. That's why we're getting another processing plant, I guess. Should be good enough for 2 trains. As long as we don't switch to diesel locomotives, we'll be fine. I think even diesel locomotives would be not too expensive, but why waste the fuel? Not with that fuel cost. Yeah, it's over 6,000 again. Might as well skip right to electric. Yeah. But there's no electric pick locomotives, so we're kinda like... I don't know. High-speed trains are like... The slowest one is like, I think 80 kilometers an hour? Might be a bit fast though, yeah. I think so too. Not sure the human body can handle any speed over like 25 or like 25 kilometers an hour with a road vehicle and 50 kilometers an hour with a train. We're transporting iron at 60 and it's rattling around so much. There's not that many workers in the processing plants, but I still think they might deserve a lemon. If it can reach. Questionable. Guess I'll get a large monument. Take a look at all buildings across the whole map, see if anything is affected by more than 30% wear and tear. Gravel processing, a statue and a flat. Nothing else. We're fine. You've run full on mixed waste. I probably need better waste trucks. That should give us more iron exports. And yes, we can have that other processing plants. Right now we're not using up the iron yet. Well, even when the other processing plant, the third one, was running and the waste wasn't piled up high. Hello, Polar Bear Show. Welcome. Any tree replanting required anywhere? The only one where it could be required, Mega Monkey already told me to do it. So we're good. I'm gonna go and import some fuel while it's at 6,000 only. I still think the game is gonna make the price go up at some point. Let's do an import right now. How are you doing? How's the game going? Game's going well, except that the fuel prices are a nightmare. Running our road vehicles is expensive. More than that. $2 million rubles for some fuel and bitumen. But it's manageable. We will have access to another pump jack soon. It will probably be the first one that's going to be rail connected. Still thinking about building that tunnel here. Letting the rail come out on that side, hooking up with the road downhill slope. Leaving enough room between the road and the rail so we can have junctions easily. And then the power line's gonna be in the way, but that's an above ground, very cheap power line that's easy to demolish and replace at a whim. Is the better excavator not available yet? We have this one, which is slower, slightly faster on excavation, I think. So we have some more modern equipment. The very large one I didn't see yet. This one's 22, the other one's only 21. This one drives half the speed, but it matches the speed of the excavator, so that's why I've kind of swapped over to that one now. Not sure why this one doesn't show up in the vehicle replacement. Huh, can't filter for bulldozer either. Strange. More buses. Well, Devalish. Welcome. See, we're nearly at 1960. Yeah. Took a while to fix the money issues. Wondering if a nuclear meltdown in this game is possible, just in case I avoid use nuclear power. If you have a fire in a nuclear power plant and you don't deal with it, yes. It will not have a bombastic graphic, but the longer the fire runs, the more nuclear material will get spilled into the atmosphere. There's some other ways to have like nuclear incidents, but those are fun to find out yourself, I think. Open hulls can carry excavators now, right? Maybe. The other one is really small, so that one can probably be carried. Oh yeah, the Skoda 706 is also available now. But we could have already carried that in the Yar 12D if the excavator would have been available for longer. It wasn't. Oh man, we're moving over so fast to the modern era. I don't want to. I want to stick with the old stuff. Gotta wait. (1958) modern era. Well, I think the official definition of modern era is even older than that. Let's see. Modern era. From 1500 to 1945. So I guess the era we're leaving right now. Modern period. Modern age. Time only moves forward, streamer. Oh, we can still refuse modernism. We can still stick with the old stuff. Yes, we're already in postmodernism. It goes to 1945. Long trains are best trains. Construction material train snuck through. Oh well. At least we're filling up the steel again. I need to rework this road because it's now going to do a left-hand turn. Follow through between the power lines here. Are you already using electric motors, or are you planning to transition to electric rail? We're not using electric rail because we're also not doing a lot of research because of our other restriction, which is low tech, which only allows us to do research once we have research points. And we gain research points by having enough population, which we don't really have grown that much. Thank you, Mega Monkey. And yeah, that's electric rail would eat through some of our research points, which I'm saving up for some other aspects, like a steel mill, for example. But we upgraded a bus route from fuel-based to electric and put down a cableway, which is working very, very well for the whole mine setup here. We're slowly running full on waste. I need the technical service. I might need a third one, or just better vehicles, like I said. We could get the Skoda now. 6.5 tons, more carry capacity at twice the road speed. Probably worth getting. I'm gonna scrap the yak. What's the steel price look like over time? I think it's not gone much over 900, if at all. Oh, we're at 1,100 now. That's just inflation slowly happening. The US price is fairly stable, and that one is like almost inflation free, so seems stable. Iron price has been slightly declining, which means the coal price is coming up again. You know what? Leave the vehicle depot. Make the switch over happen a lot more efficiently with less downtime. Okay, maybe that soundtrack is a bit too aggressive. I'm gonna switch over to something different. Still Carl Casey though. Tempted to change this over to a medium-sized technical service. We'll do that. We'll switch it over. It was still in the groundworks phase, we're not losing too much. So what's the plan? Was to take ruble loans until you could dig iron and coal out of the ground. I was running a clothing factory, and the fuel prices kept increasing. Then we built up the iron factory, iron mining and processing, and the fuel prices kept increasing, and well, I had to take out loans because the fuel prices just kept creeping up. Otherwise, everything else could have paid for the expansion of the next setup. But because of the high fuel prices, we had to take out loans until we could pay for everything. And now we're barely scraping by. Coal prices are slowly rising. They were fairly low, and now they're starting to climb. But the next settlement is supposed to fix that. By setting up a coal mine, our own electricity production, and a brick factory. And probably also a steel mill. Mainly a steel mill. We had to pay 10,000 rubles per ton of fuel at some point. How many coal power plants are you planning? Only one. Unless I run something like electric trains, I don't think I need more than one coal power plant right now. Electric train is high cost up front, but low maintenance, right? Since power cost doesn't spike as much. Power can spike because power is directly tied to coal price. So with the rise in coal price right now, we're also expected to see a rise in electricity cost. And sometimes if like oil is really cheap, which currently it isn't, but if oil is really cheap and coal cost goes up a lot, you can run an oil power plant and make electricity very cheap and sell it for quite a bit of profit. Hello Vollrausch Volker, thank you very much for the follow and welcome to the stream. So the interplay between oil and coal in that regard for power production depends on the coal price mostly. Storage is ready. Alright, we'll make this a medium-sized technical service, which should have enough capacity to handle everything. I don't think I can fit a large one in there. Oh, no. Not quite. Put a medium one and then maybe another small one should be fine. Right now they're already keeping up with it, because I upgraded the vehicles for it. So if I build a medium-sized one, I could relocate all of the technical service vehicles in. But I'll still leave this small one in here as a buffer. If this area makes too much mixed waste, we should put it down in another waste storage so it can like spread itself out over multiple pickup points. Like in my default map run, have 2 oil sources relatively near to the customs house. I'm investing in the infrastructure to make the logistics to transport oil cheaper first, then maybe consider inviting pops in later. Yep, and that will also keep your fuel price at a reasonable rate, so having lots of road vehicles shouldn't really matter that much. When does the EDK become available? $61 in 3 years. I really think we should get 2 of them and get rid of the old track builders. If I need more rail construction workers, I guess I could build more houses. Are your track builders on cold now? Yes, they are. Oh, you're right. If I get an EDK, I also have to use fuel. No, I can't do that. Thank you for the follow, Outer West. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. I should stick with coal-based track building. I can't really use fuel on my trains that much. I want to reduce all additional costs on fuel, if possible. Unless, of course, the fuel price crashes further down. It's not sure what it's doing yet. Have to be careful. Don't really have that much money left. It's been like a theme of the game, I guess. And any road I build that is made out of asphalt is like super expensive because of that. But we're hooking up more oil with it, so in the end it should be worth it. You can handle coal distribution to this coal storage as well. What leaves that for the free distribution office then? Kokoshnik, train coaling station, yeah, we'll handle that too. With this distribution office. So that's done. Rail construction office was supposed to be emptied out, which it is. Yeah, that's fine. That's done. Free aggregate storage for Tuismanoi is done too, so the free distribution office from the beginning also is done. So everything has been put into its own building. These can make their way to the scrapyard. And the setup here is gone. How many of the trucks benefit from asphalt currently? All of them in winter. Snow speed penalty is nothing for these slow trucks when driving on asphalt, while it is significant when driving on gravel. Yep. Asphalt top speed while snowed in without snow plows is 40, and gravel is 20. We're playing on Siberia, where we have 7 months of winter, which will start tomorrow, 12th of October, I think. Oh, I thought it was different. No, I guess that's what it was. It's gonna be the new technical service, so we can get rid of the free one that we already have and add more vehicles if demand becomes higher, but right now it seems to be able to handle everything with 7 trucks, so there's not really any reason, I don't think. Okay, we still haven't set up the 4th iron ore processing plant, so I guess maybe there is going to be a reason. There will be a lot of trucks running to export the oil, because they'll go directly to the border. And I don't have a clue how many trucks we need. I guess we could do like a broad calculation from this oil tank to the oil well. It's 2.5 kilometers, and we have 8 vehicles for that. It's at 2,400. 2,400 divided by 8 is 300. So every 300 meters we kind of need a truck, at least with the old trucks we have right now. Well, from this oil field, it's also all asphalt roads. $7,600 meters. Divide that by 300 and we get 25.3. So 25 trucks could be enough to start out with. But that also doesn't keep in mind the efficiency of the pump, because this pump wasn't that efficient. It's only 62% and the other one is more efficient. If you want to use gravity to transfer water from wells, do I need to consider the depth they start on, which is 30 meters? I haven't used gravity transfer from wells yet. because the passive pressure seems just so weak, even when it runs down a mountain. If it's the first time experimenting with water, I would use a water pump also out of a well, and then try and set up with passive water pressure for an experimentation somewhere down the line. But yes, you also have to keep in mind the depth of the buildings. If you hook up a water tower to somewhere, the height of the water tower basically makes it able for the water to flow uphill through a water pipe based on the height of the water tower. It's gonna take a while with the rail construction, that's for sure. I mean, I guess we can keep this at like maximum, because we do not draw that many workers here. Only those that live in the nearby housing blocks can actually get there. Could have another one on the hill. Even two would be possible. I could tell them to work in the rail construction office by default and then walk elsewhere if they can't find a workplace there. It's 1 year before prefab panel tech, right? I don't actually know. Yes, 1959 prefab panel construction. Then we could get rid of all of these nice brick buildings and put in high density housing. But on Siberia, I don't know. I mean, we could build a lot more condensed, I guess. Which would allow us to put more houses closer to the heat exchanger. But visually it would still look not as impressive, I think. I started liking the 5-6 story houses with a lot wider space more than the high density urban structures of like prefab panel flats that go up to 8-10 plus floors. I wonder how this one would look like in a large settlement, and then just throw in a Dnipro flat every now and then. It would look so strange, I'm pretty sure. Everything for the worker. I think the prefab panel flats would also have less housing quality in the beginning. That could be a single train track going onto the network. Something like that, and then left-hand corner off of that. Would hook up the passenger platform. Could bring in tourists from the border or just run a rail line to the other settlement. Mega City 1 is going to be amazing with these normal buildings mixed in. Mega City 1 pre-1960 edition. It's gonna be beautiful. Just a large sprawling city of old brick buildings. Yeah, Mega Monkey. What do you want? Should I embrace Commie Block, or have you fallen to the low-tech, I guess it is a low-tech DLC. Have you fallen to the early start DLC structures now too? Maybe another waste truck up here, or maybe another waste pickup up here. It's getting awfully close. I think it's just the lack of trucks that we have. We're waiting for the other technical service and then get a few more vehicles. Isn't what you described Paris? Oh, it kinda is, Grass Burgers, it kinda is. You only finished one slice of it. It wasn't... I didn't optimize it for the size of what we had planned, and then performance started getting like really, really bad. I guess we could try and load it with the latest patch and see how it runs, but I don't think there were any improvements made in that regard. I don't know. Low tech DLC? Hey man, these early vehicles are technological marvels for the time. Yeah. Try. Alright. Brief intermission to take a look at our Mega City 1. And see how that one plays these days. I did already load into it once with the optimized customs houses, but I didn't really have that much traffic to the customs houses by road. Do you recall the year you first purchased mechanical tractors? I don't have mechanical tractors yet, so no. Unless you're talking about my low-tech farming run. I think it was quite a lot later. And we did like farming with manual labor for a while. So, we're going into the largest city I've built so far. At least like a slice of it. Mega City 1. With its train station in the center next to a nuclear power plant, because why not? The city needs power after all. But it still runs the same. Maybe with the PC upgrade. Maybe with the PC upgrade. But like a 1930s start Mega City 1 would be kinda cool. Especially with the whole like heating plants directly in the city idea. That would be a mess. Hurry up, PC upgrade. I just have to visit Wushel and then I could get it, but something came in the way, which I'm dealing with right now. Maybe after. Maybe right after. The idea for this city was to have a map where there's only one city ever. Started from the customs house, took 10 years to build up to the entrance of the city, which we are looking at right now. And then from the outskirts, residential north 1, we built towards the city center, which is where the nuclear power plant and the rail station were located. And every person leaving the city has to go to the city center, either by bus route, by internal rail route. This was our initial train station. There's a train coming here by every so often, bringing them to the central train station. But also recently we hooked up a metro line. Which hasn't been fully built yet. There's a single piece missing here. And that track isn't built yet. But the metro track is basically under construction. To like make it easier for people to go to the train station, because there's a lot of people going to the train station. There's always a lot of people. We also have bus routes bringing in people to the city center all the time via the highway system that goes through the city. Greetings, that city looks awesome. Thank you. Thank you, rockers. We're taking a brief intermission to look at Mega City 1 and wanted to check out how it ran with the latest version, because I put that city on hold because of performance issues. It runs okay now if I'm only playing on normal speed, but there's still a little bit of hitching going on. There's a lot of stuff though. And everyone working outside the city basically goes to the chemical plant setup, which is 4 large chemical plants, food factory, distillery, clothing factories, everything. Well, clothing factories aren't actually here, clothing factories are directly in the city. But this is where our large passenger trains get unloaded and send their workers to the plants. Thank you for the follow, Bone Storm. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. We also started relying heavily on long trains in this run. Long trains everywhere. Plan an old district with the early buildings. In 2048, that seems a bit... building an early district after the initial city is already done? I don't know. I kind of have to plan the city again, or like build something like that again, with a focus in mind on like how the construction services, technical service, and distribution offices are set up. I think the main issue is the construction offices causing performance issues. It might be better to have fewer but larger buildings. And I had like always several medium-sized buildings instead, which wasn't so good. And also the technical services, I used a lot of smaller ones with like specialized functionality. But we're back in the early start. Call it the monkey suburb. There aren't really any named districts in Mega City 1. Everything is named by a function, not by a person. That'll hopefully fix the Meat deliveries will still set to 30%. Maybe a little bit too short on a time scale. But now they can run here more frequently. Mega City 1 North 1 Aesthetics District? I don't know about that. Sounds suspicious. I feel like our money isn't going up as much anymore. Loan repayments at 240k per month. We earn more than that, but... Well, I guess we recently imported fuel, it's not too bad. It's going down though. I can't even have an EDK because it uses fuel instead of coal and water. I mean, we also recently imported more than 400 tons of iron. I guess that had also some impact on the our economy. Not as much as fuel, though. The next city will be built up immediately with a food factory and distillery that could be run there. And then later on it will grow and develop towards the coal mine, where the coal mine will be built together with processing plants, power plant, and brick factory. What was the other thing from coal? Industry Minister. What resources are there? Coal. Coal power plant. Oh, the steel mill. Right, the steel mill is what I was thinking of. So, power plant, steel mill, and brick factory. Your farmers must have a short time to grow crops. It is very short here, yes. 5 months. The most obvious one, yeah. I'm going to spend the research point on researching steel production now. I think we have one available. We spent 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 30, 40, and 50, 3 research points and 2 settlements. That is 5. I know we have 3 settlements. We have 1 spare. We have 6. 3 free ones and 3 from the settlements. So yeah. Steel mill it shall be. And then in a year we get another one. What, Mega Monkey? It's a industry that makes profit. What do you mean? You really wanted bauxite? You can get that in a year. Maybe we should go nuclear fuel. Find out where the uranium is. Export that. Then all money issues would be gone. Magical power of nuclear fuel is amazing. It's such an inflation-proof product. Yeah, it is. Nuclear power. 500,000. Nuclear waste costs as much as fuel. 5.3k versus 5.3k. But you can't import nuclear waste by the tonnage, you have to do it by containers. I don't even think they're available yet. Oh no, I think they became available in 1950, did they? Yeah. Since 1950. More vehicles available now too. Asphalt pavers. That is something I definitely should get, now that we have some. Can you carry them? Yes, you can. Then just get them. And we'll buy another truck instead of a dump truck, so we can bring the construction equipment faster to where they are needed. How much would it cost if you imported the chemicals and dealt with the waste? For nuclear production, I mean, from uranium ore to fuel production. I would just incinerate the waste and not, like, I would just burn it. I wouldn't use chemicals to treat it, just incinerate it on site and get rid of it that way. Maybe run it through waste recycling after and burn it again, but yeah. There's so much hazardous waste coming out of that building that I would not feel inclined to use chemicals right now, especially with the high fuel and oil price, making chemicals a lot more expensive than normal. It would still be profitable, I think, but you know. We only have 3 processing plants and it's already too much for the iron trains. Treating hazardous waste is a tremendous waste of chemicals. There needs to be lots of plastic waste mixed into it to be worth the chemical cost. I already have the distribution office set up for the area. I just haven't used it yet. Can't believe all of this was already set up at some point. I guess we'll plan to have... No, I'm not planning for electronics. They're not gonna get electronics. We live in a old society. 45 people want electronics. I don't think so. I mean, I'll still reserve the slot, I guess, but... There we go. So, it's all modern vehicles. Missing out on the cheap production costs of early start electronic factories. Well... Getting my people hooked up to electronics right now seems like a terrible idea with the chemical prices. So I refuse. 1 ton of chemicals a day. Electronic components, mechanical components. So the electronic components, we need 2 tons right now. We would need a ton of chemicals a day. 7,000 rubles a day. And yes, I can make my own chemicals, but maybe with an oil well. I want to set up the food production at the distillery first. I don't want to mess too much with anything else that involves oil. Oh, we're below 4,500 rubles for fuel now. It's going back down. Now that the second oil well is being hooked up. Great. I should be fine with it. It'll just make the profits better with the iron and the clothing again. And there will be not as much overhead cost with the fuel itself. It'll make the economy run more stable. I might need another iron train. Reduce the amount of people going to the processing plants. We don't need that many. Them waiting around on the bus stop is just hurting productivity a little bit. We're still waiting for boards to be really profitable. At least the price seems to be coming up to its starting price. Looking at the blue lines for the US dollars because of inflation being extrapolated out of those prices. Coal is also climbing quite a lot right now. So coal is going to be the next nightmare, I think. We can consider running some board exports again when that seems to be a good idea. With the construction material train. But right now I'm just going to stifle those exports and let the price go up as much as it can. Earned 50k profits in iron exports, higher than the oil exports now. Finally. So that's nice to see. Get another truck for hauling the road building equipment to where it needs to be, instead of having an extra dump truck in there. I usually separate the mechanisms out. Okay. I guess we need more waste dispersion. Now that we know that the space out here is fine to use, because we have all processing plants in place, I guess we'll set up more waste dispersion in the area. This piece of music seems at least partly inspired by Cisco phone music. I don't know that one. I will still need a recycling plant here at some point, a waste separation plant. And with the increase in throughput, I think it'll make sense to plan for that as the next research. So we don't have to deal with like emptying out these waste storages from the metal scrap and construction waste that will have piled up over time. And we can filter that out right from before it goes into the incinerator. Or we just incinerate it and then bring it to a waste separation plant and incinerate the output once more to make sure that no other waste makes its way out of there. We'll have to do something. So the incinerator could be moved into a new, better setup with a little bit more waste separation planned into it. The way it is set up right now, it could still continue working. We could set it up behind the waste dispersion. Incinerate it first, then it goes to the waste dispersion, which is a waste sorting facility. We should have the waste sorting as close as possible. Incinerate it, sort it, and then one more incinerator before spreading it. Would be a good setup. I'll spend that research point, yeah. Since we're already getting the technical university to research steel for us at the moment, and we can do waste separation as a auxiliary research for that, because it's also going to be useful for the coal mine and the steel mill itself. I'll have a lot of mixed waste at that point. 70 tons of asphalt left for the road. Fuel is coming down hard. Back to 2000. I remember thinking at 2000 it was high, but never thought it would go up to over 10,000 for a brief moment. It made it look like it would stick there, like it had a gradual climb up to 10,000 and then started falling back down. 2 more showcases of going up to 10,000 and now it's dropping. Also have to bring the asphalt road through the city. Upgrading this road would also shut off our worker pool for the prison, so it's kind of like a bit scary. Okay, now it should work. That rail construction is going to take ages. What if we plan and set up a rail construction office here too, deliver the resources by truck and start building towards the rail construction, so we can also already build this part of the track. That would mean that we kind of have to plan out the train stations for the resources, construction resources. Have a fire station nearby. Yeah, with pavers and rollers, road upgrades here shouldn't take too long. For longer sections of road, as long as they get enough material deliveries, that'll be fine. Hello Zadius, welcome. The rail line comes down this way, cuts over the road. We still have to redo the power line at that point, but we know where the train's going to come in from. And then it loops around through the hillside and snakes through here. And the other option is to have the tunnel from that piece of track right after the bridge across the water. We could run a right-hand turn through a tunnel which would come down this hill and also hook up here. And I think that would be the faster way to build it. Could even be a single tunnel if we want to save on some materials. But it probably makes sense to have a double tunnel. Missing resource fuel. Fuel price at 4,700. Just run the import. Make sure we take out a loan so that we can afford it. We'll have to make a flat section for the tracks here so they can go across each other without looking too strange. Yes, the steel mill research. Need to go back further, make the flat bit a bit wider. Probably place the track down first so it can define the area. I think we only need this to have a corner towards this side, because anything traveling around the mountain can also travel around this track piece and then head onwards to this path. Messy terrain. So the idea here would then be to just go into a tunnel from this direction. And come out the other side. Nothing too fancy. Go in from this side, it has to be an S-curve. And then it loops around towards here. This will have to be cut through because it's slightly too much elevation. I thought I fixed that with the meat deliveries. Maybe because of the road upgrade you had a bit of a delay. Well, you're going to have more, because we'll be upgrading more road. And we'll do the upgrade here, which will interrupt the passengers going to the cableway station till the upgrade is done. But the prison should have at least some workers, which is okay. Excavator refueling. Road is being rolled. Then we'll get another oil tank. I might not run the full, whatever we said, like 25 vehicles. We might run some higher speed vehicles that can go 40 kilometers an hour up to the customs house, but like direct export to the customs house and hope that it drives down the fuel price even more. I'll wait for the bulldozer to come back. I guess until then we can make that cut for the train track here. Tunnel comes out this way. Corner. Follow the approximate direction of the road. And then this connection. This will have to be smoothed out to allow a train track from actually being able to go down here. I mean, we could also have another tunnel that just bypasses this whole thing. Or we could come out here with the tunnel and not up there. I find that a little bit silly. One more bulldozer. Starting deck is now also available, but I'll stick with this one. And another excavator, because why not? We'll have to set up a demolition office nearby if it burns down, but yeah, and also be prepared for jump scares of it burning down. Should not be too bad though. That would be the tunnel. No, not that much. Because I still want to have the road going past along the train track here. That must be our technical service finishing construction. That looks okay. So that would be the concept. Road going across along this train track, close to the water. And should be faster to build than the train track around the mountain, even if there's a tunnel involved. Alright. New technical service. Removing the free one over here. I might get rid of this waste storage. Pick up the waste directly from within the incinerator at 20%, which would put it at 6.5 tons. And then maybe we get a waste separation plant in here too. Then an incinerator running at like 5 workers back here, just to deal with that bit of mixed waste, turned other waste. Then we get clean ash out of it again. Way too much iron. Maybe one of the trains is getting repaired right now. No, they're not. I guess I should give them better engines. This one can go 60 kilometers an hour after all. This one only 40. How's the progress towards steel production? We researched it. The coal mine is over next to Smolensk, so quite a bit away. We have to set up a settlement here, for which I want to have the resources transported to by train. Set up a construction sector with resource storages nearby. Maybe even rail construction, which this corner could be. And then build the settlement outwards from that. Lifespan dropped by 4 years. I guess it did. And the last processing plant is now online too. Means we can go through a lot of iron ore. Trains should always have something to pick up now. Which they already did with 3. Another train line could be possible. But if I do that, maybe I should consider a bridge or tunnel in this area. So this crossing for the vehicles becomes less of an issue. We could have a tunnel, for example, come out this way and hook it up into the road on that side. So this crossing is not used anymore. At least not as often. It doesn't cause that many traffic issues. There's plenty of gaps, like we would have 3 trains. I think it's still fine. Maybe the tunnel should start a little bit later? No, I think it's fine. But yeah, no right-hand turn here. That's not the plan. They can go an alternative path for that. Right, power line getting in the way. Fuel cost still at 4,500. That's still going to be worth it. This is still ridiculously high. Direct route to the customs house. With the traffic optimized customs house, we're definitely not going to run into any throughput issues with that. Okay, let's clean up the area from trees. So we can see. The resource train with the construction materials would have to go into an open storage. The open storage would hook up to the rail construction office. We could have gravel production close by. That's probably what I should get. Modern industry. I need modern industry too, so I can get the better gravel production, which doesn't require vehicles anymore. I might need that before the waste separation. I mean, we will have another research points when the settlement goes online. Construction waste and metal scrap. Yeah, this unpurified waste is a nightmare. Alright, you know what? You're also gonna go into a depot because, or like into a scrapyard. I have to clean these out manually at some point. Streamer embracing modern technology. I said modern vehicles I don't want to embrace, but the fact that we can attach a conveyor to a gravel processing plant. But maybe you're right, maybe that's like the downfall. Maybe we shouldn't do that. I'm going to make it 2 and 2 train cars for waste, because I think the production is always pretty much the same for the vehicles. There should never be more than 2 train cars of construction waste and 2 train cars of metal scrap per export train. And in case something burns down, there will be a free demolition office here waiting for that to happen. So we can start the reconstruction right away. I'm doing that instead of building a fire station and sending personal cars over as an experiment. Do now with Kefir and worker stream. That is an option. Restart electronics uses gravel, not plastic. Electronic components. Electronics uses wood. But yes, they have a substitute for plastic in both. Which is probably much cheaper than plastic. Especially for us, it would be. I can finally put a road vehicles depot close to the repair station. Not in proximity range, unfortunately, but it's okay. At least we will have a road depot to manage some vehicles with. GAZ M20 Podeba, whatever that is. Yeah. We used that for our ambulance vehicles already, I think. Oh no, it's a Moskowitz. I retract that. Moskowitz. Like some of the 50s Soviet vehicles, which show their heavy American influence. Oh yeah, they certainly have that whole like Cuban flair where everything looks like very similar to like American vehicles. Trying to take a look when there's another workers and resources update, if they release one. The vehicles crashing the game certainly would benefit from an update sooner rather than later. And yes, you can do it manually, but the majority of people is not going to do that, including me. Maybe because America started deindustrializing around 1970, so no more American to reference from. It's inspired by early Opels. It's inspired by early Chevrolets. Light-hearted academic adventure it waits. Surprised they're taking this long. It'll be interesting to see what else is fixed. Maybe there's a bunch more reports that I'm not aware of. There's a P70 Zwickau. Looks like an early Porsche. It is very fast, yeah. Hard to control. It's 70 kilometers an hour. Now that the snow is gone, they're going way too fast. Thorgrim has the right idea. Okay, let's get the oil trucks, I guess. The GAZAA oil trailer would still be the cheapest option for us. It is so cheap. And only carries 1 ton less than the Skoda. So I think we're gonna go with this one to build our fleet to the customs house. It's also the same vehicle type that is bringing oil to the oil storage nearby. That thing was made with a polymer body. The P70? I can believe it. I definitely can believe that. That would be the route. No wait until loaded. As soon as it has electricity, we can run the vehicles. And buy up to 20 maybe. It's gonna be a route that they can run consistently to hopefully drive down the fuel price even more. 4,300. There's still some money in it, obviously. Lightweight performance machine. Just don't let it get too hot or take any kind of damage, yeah. Don't worry, it has a polymer roll cage, it's fine. You know what, just run the route already. It's fine. Hello, Teku. Welcome. And it's running. The end station will refuel the vehicles so that they should be able to make it back without running to an issue of no gas station here. And then we just have to throw in a lot more vehicles. Can't assign them from here. Oh well, 12 vehicles soon. Should still be over 24,000 rubles. Oh no, it's oil, so 12,000 rubles-ish, I think. A bit less than that. because it's not the purchase price, it's the export price, but like 11,000 rubles per truckload is still something we can definitely run. Hello, Coward Punch. Is this your customer game? I don't know what you mean by customer game. No more honking? No. Is this custom game? It's early start DLC from 1930. No mods. We have not used any mods. The map is Siberia from the Biomes DLC. What vehicles are the most valuable around this time on workers and resources? The BZ252 is very valuable because of its extra carry capacity. If you run through like mud or gravel roads, this thing is a beast at hauling a lot of aggregates or asphalt. Really useful for long road construction tasks, for example. Other than that, the Skoda is a pretty good vehicle. Runs 60 kilometers an hour, so good on gravel. Unless it's snowed in, then preferably asphalt, I guess. Okay, we're gonna drive the oil and fuel price down into the ground. Can you mod it in? The honk? We miss it so much. I don't know if I can mod it without getting different vehicles. I don't want to mod the game, guys. I'm sorry. Start from scratch? We started from scratch, yeah. There's nothing in here that was pre-population or anything, so no roads, no settlements. I've never actually done vehicle production industry. It's fun. The most valuable for vehicle production, any Western vehicle sold to the East would be a lot of profit. Getting a license from a Western vehicle and then selling that to the East would make you a ton of money. Whatever you can carry. If you only have trucks, then I guess the Beetle would do. If you have a train connected, you could export the Mars 305 buses, for example. Or you could consider even going further and do rail production and like export trains by just having another train engine, picking them up and pulling them to the border as new vehicles. Plan to make your own refinery to make your own fuel? No, we're just exporting oil this time. Unless of course the market goes really weird where the oil price crashes but the fuel price stays high. Then I won't really have an option to not do that, I guess. But so far we're trying to avoid it. It's recommended to build a chemical plant next clothing factories. Saw it a few times, so some streamers know. If you're producing fabric, clothing factories don't need it, but if you make fabric factories, then if you make your own fabric out of crops, then you can do that. Otherwise it doesn't make sense. Chemical plants and fabric factories require water, so they make sense in the same area. But chemical plants make a lot of pollution, so be careful with that. Looks like crime is under control again. We still have enough iron ore production, but the iron itself is full. Do we get another train? How's the iron price looking? 53, it went up. Another train seems possible. Putting more and more strain onto the logistics network. Thankfully waste management isn't that strained. What are you doing? You're a road crane. Ah, okay. Maintenance. More trucks for the oil route. I think we'll get 20. They're going to make their money back, even if they run a pretty long route. Is an incinerator start worth? Yes, if you import hazardous waste. You can import hazardous waste and incinerate it for profit. And then build your idea around recycling out the other waste, like metal scrap and construction waste. Depending on what waste you get from the customs house, it always depends on the customs house itself, what waste you get. But the ideal place would be, if I have a truck to show it as an example, the ideal customs house to start with a waste incinerator would be one that has very high concentration of hazardous waste. And nothing else in it. So if you get one of those customs houses, then you would be really well off with an incinerator start. Otherwise you might have to deal with like extracting the aluminium and metal scrap and other nonsense out of it to try and increase its profit. If there's a lot of plastic in it, then you might incinerate a lot of profit away. So this one is some metal, some aluminium, 30% hazardous waste. That's a lot of money. We made 7,500 importing this. So this was really good profit. And we can now go and dump that into an incinerator, burn it down to almost nothing and then re-export it. So like a form of waste recycling basically. Is it worth to get the incinerator for electricity and incinerate hazard waste early? No, because electricity is not worth that much in the beginning and it depends on how the market shifts. It's a little bit more profit, but And I guess the electricity incinerator is also more efficient, but the incinerator itself is also a lot more expensive. So this one costs you 34 tons of steel and 4.2 tons of mechanical components. This one costs you like more steel for the large incinerator of like 58 tons. And the power plant incinerator has 60 ton capacity, but I can't show you what it costs. I think it uses... I remember it using like different, more expensive materials. So maintenance of that building would be more expensive too. So you import for something minus 7,500. But when you do that, you also have to keep in mind that if you overdo it, the price for hazardous waste will drop a lot. It's kind of impacted heavily by the frequency that you import at. I'm not going to do that right now. But definitely valuable. Especially early start. Early, like in the beginning, just throwing down a waste incinerator, making sure it doesn't burn down, and bringing in foreign workers. It's one of the industries that you can run with foreign workers and make sure it makes a profit. Reliably. And it also has a lot of potential. Like at some point, if you run trucks, it gets really, really low price for the hazardous waste. But then you can switch over to industrialized processing by using trains and setting up a customs house just for importing by train. It'll still drive down the price, but the volume is so large at that point that you might even make a decent amount of profit from metal scrap and aluminium out of the waste at that point. So that's 20 trucks. I assumed we could have up to 25, but let's let them run for a bit and see what happens to the price. They weren't that expensive. We bought one truck, like each truck is making 10,000 rubles. And we bought them for less than 10,000. We bought them for 8,000, so after running once they've already made their money back, basically. We're only spending electricity to pull oil out of the ground. It's such a ridiculous idea of having like a return of investment of like trip of 1. You buy a vehicle, it runs the route once and it's profit after that. Normal resource prices don't allow you to have that. It takes a little bit more effort. Rail construction is very slow. And the people now really start complaining about electronics. It's not that many yet, it's like 1% of the population. but it will make them slightly annoyed. I don't even know how they learned about electronics. There's none here. Maybe someone wrote about it in the newspapers or something. Oh, game was unhappy with me scrolling my mouse over the technical service, I think. And it crashed. Here, free press? No, it costs 10 cents. Someone smuggled in the radio? That's how they learn about it. One secret trick capitalists hate. Huge profits from a single trip. I mean, it's ridiculous how much money we're making from oil, but we do have to pay most of it back for the fuel, of course. I can't believe it's already been a 4.5 hour stream. 10 cents? Never heard of that currency. I thought 50 cents is pretty popular. Or is it 50 pence? Okay, the new houses don't have a waste storage yet. That is something we should give them. Oh my god, the rail construction. I'm glad I brought it here, so it's closer, but it's still absolutely slow. Oh, you're too distant from that. What? I can't oh my god. Well then. $410 meters now. If you have citizen waste separation, how much pop do you need to generate enough biowaste for 1 ton of fertilizer? I have no idea. I don't do math that way in the game. We're doing vibe-based economy here. We're setting something up, see how it produces. Sometimes I do math on the iron production, for example, I did it, but not for what the population does. Only if there are numbers in the game already, I can look at them. Okay, I think we can look at that. So last year we made 260 tons of mixed waste by our population. And if we take a waste storage here to look at, you can see that they're making about 1/3 of it as biological waste.
So 260 divided by 3 would be the amount of biological waste we made. And then that is 87 tons. So we take 87 tons and divide that by 4,180 citizens, which is 0.02. And then you want a ton, so $50 citizens, I guess? No, that can't be right. Is it? No. 5? No, it is 50. 50 citizens would make a ton in a year. Yeah, sounds about right. And then you multiply that by 365, and then if you want a ton per day, that's how many people you need. But if you want a lot of fertilizer, all you need to set up is a livestock hall where you can import some animals into. One of these storage buildings. They require water to not die, and they produce fertilizer. So basically a way to convert water into fertilizer. And the more livestock you put into it, the more biological waste and fertilizer it makes. Great day to build an airfield. No, it is not. How do you put stuff in the top hotbar again? I assume Mega Monkey already responded to that, but you can click new existing items in, or you click the plus button and remove an item by clicking it and pressing the X button. Professor Mega Monkey with the tips, as always. Still 10,000 rubles per truckload. And this is now additional money to our other oil rig, which was basically paying back the fuel price, so this should be a good amount of money. I don't think they cost us that much to transport the oil. They should make more money than have fuel consumption, I guess. How far does the fire station reach? Don't think it reaches that far, but I would like a rough estimate. Okay, only here. Not even to that road junction. Need another fuel import. We should have the money. Fuel price dropped down to below 4,000 now. It's crashing like a rock. So I have the idea of having the train line coming around this way for passenger trains, but construction trains would loop around back to the right side into the resource storage and rail construction on this end. Just so we can have a long train parked there if necessary. And I would like to start with the resource storage, because we can use distribution office vehicles to also bring the construction materials to this area already. Since it would be in fire station range, that might be acceptable, but I think it would be slightly out. So we should build up a temporary fire station to keep everything protected. And the power line is getting in the way of everything. I'll draw another power line to get rid of the other one. One that is not going to be as much in the way as this one we have right now. Until we have to work in the train tracks again, I guess. Maybe I can place them already. You know what? I don't like doing this normally. But this is a way where we can place a power line that doesn't create any power poles and will not get in the way in the future. Sure. Feel this lake might feature some oil. It has some oil around it. It does not have any oil inside. This one we decided to ignore, and then there was this one we decided to ignore. And some tiny amount over here too. This one would be acceptable. But the large quantity of oil is on this end. I mean, all the oil pumps could work and pump more oil to a central location in the future. Well, how close to reality is the current stream's freight train industry to real life? Here's freight train route. I heard it uses really old tracks. Well, if they work, they work. Once this power line is done, we can demolish the other one and not have the power line get in the way, without interrupting the production of oil either. Could definitely have more trucks here. Especially when things slow down during winter. We'll throw in more trucks if the price goes up again for oil and fuel. Fuel at 4,000, oil at 1,800. So plan, train track in a loop, going back to here. One that is longer than 300 meters. Make sure we can park a long train in here without blocking the main road. Road around the lower outside, so whatever the train track is going to enclose is not going to be limited by the train being parked there. Then we need a rail construction office, which could be on the inside. I was thinking of having a road here and protect the construction material storage already by the existing fire station. But I think we probably have to build a temporary one to make sure that we can build this already up and not suffer too much from it. And maybe with this one we will set up the first proper large-scale rail construction office. Gravel production could be done over here, bringing the gravel directly to the rail construction office. Other construction materials, coal, still have to be set up. Hello Hank, welcome. Yeah, we can do the gravel production locally. With a small gravel production plant, we don't need modern industry, we're fine. I struggle to fit 4-lane tracks into a main line with 3 tracks. I struggle to fit 4-lane tracks into a main line with 3 tracks. What? You have that already? And you want to have a 4th line? I'm confused. Oh, well. You don't have to hook them all up if you like the coaling refuel. The coaling station gives you an option to have that many tracks, but you don't need to use them. They are there to be used if you want them. Hello Zazend, welcome. Thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. So now I think we have like enough distance from the storage to go about 400 meters, 450 meters before it turns in to go onto the normal train track, and then this train line would run past here to go into the city normally. And for that we need to plan out where's the train station going to be, how is this going to be laid out. At least we have a lot of flat terrain that we can use, which is gonna be awesome for like planning. Also the game is telling us that maybe we should hurry up and build the coal already. Alright, other power line is done. Let me get rid of the old one. Coal is a trap? Definitely not. I have seen coal prices explode as well, like oil prices. Coal is not going to be a trap. Coal prices are getting higher than iron prices, so they're definitely going to be worth investing into. And we have a lot of locomotives that run on that. The moment you start digging phase, it will crash. That's fine. That's okay. I already made my peace with that, that's fine. So the settlement center, I think, will be around here, which is going to be the part where the train station will reside in. And I think we will have a passenger train station, which is going to be of larger size for this, because it's going to be a run-through station. They can only get to it from one side, so we have to probably use some footpath tunnels to hook everything up. Well, that's going to be the town center. Does it need heating? No. So from here, we can consider that this would be a rail route, maybe this one. Run-through station. Will 450 meters be going through here? No. It will be shorter passenger trains. I'm not planning on 450 meter long trains. They will have a passing track through the station. So we'll have like 4 lines in total. 2 going from left to right, 2 going from right to left, and 1 line which is just going to allow trains to run through. And then 1 track on the outside for the opposite direction, I think. Power line hasn't been demolished yet, but soon. Wait. Yeah, it's not demolished yet. It's still here somewhere. Can't see it. Huh. It should be gone. No, it's still here. Just hard to click. So there would be 2 tracks that go around the outside where the trains can just run through the area and not get hindered by trains waiting in the station. And one of them is just going to run through the station because it looks cool, I guess. Will it be train sets? I don't know. I'm not sure what passenger trains we're going to run yet. I am thinking of running passenger trains from Brugodonsk to the new unnamed settlement. Because there might be some attraction buildings here that Brugodonsk will not have. Probably 2 large heat exchangers on either side. The outskirts would be lined with small heating plants. We would have to find the location where to put the heating plant, probably off to the right side, close to the planned aforementioned coal mine setup, where the processing plants would be down here. That train station is going to take up a lot of the space of the city. Is there room for a waypoint for going into the middle tracks? This is like a lot of waypoints here. Like the train will be like 200-ish meters long and the train station is already 160. I mean, I will only... You mean like here, I guess. So I don't have to choose the route. That's what you mean. I have to make the other corners sharper too. Don't know if that's going to give us the space we need, but we can try. A waypoint. I don't think I need a waypoint. Do I need a waypoint? I'm not planning on running a waypoint. They're going to be assigned to go to this stop. I guess I kind of have to prevent them from going through this station, but if they go through there, it should be fine. They might block some industrial trains. They might prefer this route, which could be the issue. Maybe I should go past that. Maybe I should have another line go through here. Maybe that way. So we have two one-way directions with up to 2 trains unloading in either direction. 2 coming from the right, 2 coming from the left, and then the industrial route could go through here. So we even route our industrial traffic through the city. But they can go past the train station. Anyone who doesn't have to stop here can use the route leading around it. And then we could give them another stop if they really want it, but that's not hooked up correctly yet. I don't even know where the train line's gonna go. I was thinking like this would be a loop, So I guess the path from here would be that trains would then head through either a tunnel to get to this lake setup, past here, another tunnel, whatever you could build on that end. Where are we? Close to a western border. And then it also needs a way to like loop around back to the lake setup around here, which makes it a weird run-through station. But that's the way we will set it up. Right now for the beginning, the important part is that we plan for the incoming train here and give the rail line sending resources to the construction material storage enough space that it doesn't block the train track. So 450 meters of track will do that. Something like that. I guess we can run a two-lane road and two-lane track until the rail construction office, and then I don't have to squeeze it into a single train track. Crooked railroads everywhere? What do you mean? We're making them prettier. It just takes a while. Just takes a while. And the construction material train makes this whole thing obsolete. But at least I was able to set up a nice junction. Then we can merge it to a single train track from here out now. give me the option to signal it. You won, but at what cost? I don't know what you mean. This is a perfectly valid train track. Getting the workers to the rail construction office is gonna be something. Leave myself the option open this time to go across the train track with a road. And then we have our construction material storage and rail construction office for the area. Well, if we can get the road over this, I guess. There's always some things. Wouldn't construction trains be permanently blocked by 300-meter trains? We're not planning to leave the construction material trains parked in here. They're supposed to deliver and then leave again. And during that time, yes, the rail construction vehicles would be blocked. But we have the same setup on our existing rail construction already. It's the same thing over here. So it should not be permanent. Let's combine our loans and see if we can reduce the overall repayment rates that we have to do per month. Okay, back to 4.7%, 5 loans, 3 million rubles loan capacity. We still have 1.7 million in the bank. It's looking fairly good. This train station would also act as the local bus stop, from what I can tell. The roads will probably all be asphalt. And we might even get a bridge here to allow ourselves into the city without having to wait for trains in the area. Steel is paying off. It's mostly the oil. We're not making steel yet. Oil is just too profitable. I wonder if the price is going down any further. Oh yeah, it's back down to 3,000. We're crashing the fuel price now. It's dropping even further. Before this update, 4.8% rates during the 60s meant the bankers think you're on a suicide mission. Yep. We're dropping fuel, but coal is going crazy. Lovely. This will only work if we build the road the same direction as the track, I guess. So let's do that. Nice smooth bridge out of bricks, which is fine because in the city there's going to be a speed limit of 60 anyway. And I guess we should probably start building that, even if it's not really ready for the city design. At least we would get to the inside of the city and could build up something. The whole layout of the asphalt road going here. I don't plan for a lot of road traffic going to this area. Passengers go by train. Resources go by train. We still need the industrial. We need the warehouses to store the materials for the city, which is either going to be up here. There's going to be technical service, repair station. It's going to be the supply of the city. Money rates doesn't matter unless he uses to build coal mines with export trains. Simple terms, you must take all the money possible early on, because when inflation kicks in, you pay back less overall. Inflation of exports prices, right? Both building steel stuff early on is better because steel imports might be expensive later. Yeah, we are countering the steel prices with iron exports, but since the coal prices are now getting higher than the iron prices, coal will have a much higher impact on the steel prices, also because the steel production takes almost twice as much coal as iron. So yeah, a rising coal price is bad for our expansion. Sort of. Do I need more than one warehouse? I don't know. But we would have the distribution office here for villages and the city. Small one should be sufficient. It's only local distribution after all. There's only ever one train heading towards this location. This time, maybe I should plan for a train station with the warehouses attached to it and a refrigerated storage. But I think transporting refrigerated goods by train is overkill unless you plan on like exporting it. I do like my distribution office with the truck-based setup, which should be enough. Although a train-based setup wouldn't cost us any fuel, I guess. I want to utilize the warehouses with the rail connection, I guess. Is there anything else we need? Aggregates are going to be produced locally, but we will have to load them onto the train at some point. So probably just 2 small distribution offices for now. If we need more, there's room over here where we can build more. Start out with a single distribution office. We have to have a drop-off point for fuel too. The coal must flow. This game needs IMF updates where you get to the 90s and they force you to destroy a random industry and build tourism or fruit production. Maybe you can suggest that on the official forums as the next DLC. I think I might make the oil drop-off be the first stop before the warehouse this time. It makes more sense. I think there's construction work happening next to me, again. Either that or the soundtrack is making noises that I can't decipher right now. It's definitely construction work. Okay. Great. It never stops. So we would also need a distribution office here to handle the fuel distribution. We would have a train station for unloading fuel on the incoming track. So we would go to this stop first, unload fuel. We could have bitumen, I guess, if we have another asphalt plant nearby. Fuel and bitumen in storages similar to the other city. Maybe a larger storage, just in case the fuel prices go crazy again, but I think after they crash now they will probably be pretty stable. I missed it. Are you bringing meat by truck or by train? We're gonna do it by truck. If I need a meat storage by train, it's gonna be a different setup, I think. Because it needs its own factory connection. setup. I didn't want to build that here. Should be long enough to have the trains not be parked on the track, at least with the size that we're planning. 300 meters is fine. Could also be 450 meters long, but then it would back up onto the network until the fuel train part is unloaded. I'm going to go for a large fuel storage this time. And some bitumen. Right, that problem. Fuel production is expanding to meet the needs of the expanding fuel consumption. We're not doing fuel production. Not until we have a lot of demand for it. The game is all about Tetris of connections, so I don't mind it, but I can see how might be frustrating, but that's basically what we're doing. Normally you start out with like flattening as much space as you need and then building a very compact setup. We're trying to keep the terrain in mind, but we're also using a little bit more flat space than we should. Fuel distribution office over here. DO fuel, fluids. Citizen goods. We'll have a truck bring refrigerated goods back here too. Can I fit that in here? I guess I can. I don't know if they changed it. Maybe we can try it and see if the meat can be unloaded here by train, but I doubt it will happen. I kinda want to try that right now. Let's give it a quick try. Let's do a test. I want to see if that works. Maybe they changed the behavior of those buildings, but I don't think so. Because meat is not listed in the behavior of the warehouse, it shouldn't be able to unload meat. How much is a lot? Once we can't deal with the price anymore via exporting oil. Once we consume more fuel than our oil export can cover price-wise. Need refrigeration in the warehouse. Well, the warehouse itself will not have that, but I just want to give it a quick try. So we need a train. We need a warehouse with a rail connection. We need a refrigerated storage. And we need train tracks between everything. That would be the simplest test setup. Get a locomotive, get a refrigerated train car. If that already exists at the time. Which it doesn't seem to. Then we have to change one more thing, which is vehicle availability to all. And then we can buy a refrigerated train car. Just to test it. Go here, load, go here, wait until unloaded, and see if you can run that. I don't think it will work, because it doesn't do that for the other warehouses, but maybe they changed something. If it would work, it would be cool. Really cool. Nope, doesn't work. It does not work. You would need a train station, cargo train station, and the factory connections from there would work. But since this warehouse does not know how to handle meat, it doesn't work. Back to our game. Cargo station into road station. That would also work. But that's not really something we need right now. So I don't have to worry about the factory connection. We can just squeeze in the refrigerated storage here as close as possible. Line it up with the warehouse. Get an oil storage in. And the bitumen storage. Is the bitumen storage for local asphalt production? Yes. Since the rail construction office will need its own gravel, we're going to set up another gravel industry from one of these mountains. And then we might as well set up an asphalt and a concrete plant nearby. Modern concrete plant this time with a water connection, so we don't have to worry too much about drinking water. I don't know if we're gonna need it, but have a road connection here doesn't seem like it would look terrible next to the train tracks through the tunnel. I like it. The first thing we would build is the construction sector, like I said. The storage for construction materials. I don't think the fire station would give us enough insurance that nothing would burn down. But we could bring construction materials here by distribution office and run the rail construction off of this point already. Which means we would need the workers here to build this up. I would like to have the construction sector up before anything else. Global market, oil price drop, because why not? 3 weeks, that's fine. What's it like? 3,000 rubles per ton of fuel now, so 1,500 per ton of oil. We made good money back. Could push the iron more aggressively now if we wanted to. Iron at 50 rubles per ton. Seems like a good idea. Coal is at 42 and rising. Crops is even higher than that, but we have no crop production. The city would run a food factory, a distillery, maybe even meat production. It's not quite clear yet what else the city would do. Meat production might be its own village. That worked fairly well on the homemade infrastructure run that we did. I like the idea of building the road network for the residential area first before placing the houses, because then it should look a little bit better. But for the setup of the maintenance area and the storages, I think having the road setup built with the buildings will make it look more industrial. Am I missing something? Citizen goods, we only have one warehouse. I should probably set up a second one. I mean, the second one's probably going to be next to the shopping center. They're not going to be too overworked. Could also have a shopping center attached directly to the grocers. I think the bridge is pretty much final. And I guess we'll build this up to the construction storage area, construction materials, delivered to by distribution office via trucks for now, off of the other city, not via train, just so we can get the rail construction office up as soon as possible. And we should set up a bus stop and a local fire station, just to make sure everything is protected. Or can you select stuff like that with mouse? You mean like this? I have a shortcut on number 2, which gives me the pick building infrastructure tool. I assigned that from the terrain tools. If you use that tool, anything you mouse over, be it road, rail, building, power line, you pick up a copy of it from your onto your mouse cursor. so you don't have to go to the construction menu as much anymore for the resources. When you build or delete something. Oh, this one? The dragging a box. How can you select stuff? This is just click and hold. This is the batch suspend or batch construct tool from the menu down here. These two buttons onto the construction hotbar. So I can mass select for construction or pausing. And then deletion is each delete tool doesn't have the box select by default, but if you hold the shift key, you can also get the box select tool. You're welcome. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna go far enough. So we will set up a temporary fire station over here. Or we can send workers to. Until we have something in the city that will handle that. And probably a free bus stop too. So we can unload the workers at a bus stop and they can go to either the fire station or in the future the rail construction office. And then we have twice the rail construction speed, hopefully. Can maybe build a tunnel from both sides, one tunnel each, or just use this one to build the tunnels because it's going to be so close to deliver the resources to, as long as they're in the storage already. Let me know when the fire station is up and we'll set up a personal car route from Toimasnoi to pick up the workers from here and send them to the fire station. New waste storages are ready. In 5 days, I was thinking of getting the research for the waste separation. What was the other one I was thinking about? Waste separation? Pollution filter I'm not interested in. Oil refinery I don't care. Resource map, maybe. So this one, the waste separation, was the one I was thinking about. But there was another one. Modern industry for the gravel processing. That one... I don't know. Even the food factory and distillery would be locked behind modern industry if we want the more modern buildings, and I kinda don't need them. So we're gonna stay with old industry. It's gonna be fine. Reject modernism. So yeah, we'll research waste separation next. With the free research point based on low-tech early start modification. And this area here between the train tracks could just be residential. Because they should be able to just go over the train tracks via footpath and we can fill this out with some houses. What are you going to do with the separated waste? The plan is to optimize the waste handling in the iron mine setup. Because right now we're dumping a lot of construction waste and metal scrap onto these dumps that doesn't go away on its own. The ash dissipates on its own, but the recycled waste, the construction waste, metal scrap, etc. does not. So if we run it through a waste separation plant, we can get all of that waste out, load it onto the train, just put ash on these dumps, and it would just dissipate on its own, meaning that we don't have any slowly filling up dumps anymore. It's a very slow process. It would take a long time for this to become an issue. But the longer you let it sit there, the more annoying it is to clean up, because of how slow it is to load waste from these dumps. They are enough to handle the dissipation of ash. These six dumps will take over once we want to clean those out. Once the waste separation is in place, we can use these while we clean up the existing 10 dumps. Let's get the research started. Waste processing and disposal. It's also going to be useful for the coal mine. Fuel price back at 3,000. And dropping. Still good profit. Very good profit still. So we'll need a construction sector here that will pick up resources from the same storage. I guess we could put the construction sector in this hole between the train tracks. And then gravel processing on this side. Feeding into... where's the connection for the rail construction office? On that end, huh? Gravel processing onto the left, and then a tower over here or across the train tracks to allow it to feed into the rail construction office from a storage. Could also use a distribution office to make sure it doesn't run too full, which would make more sense. Otherwise it constantly feeds more construction material in, more gravel, and when we do demolition work it's just going to be too full. But that's a very low priority issue. Couple months of oil price increase, because why not? That's a bit of loan capacity. I guess we can rest assured that we will be able to import fuel for cheap now and have the money to back it up. Bitumen has also run full, it looks like. It should cost us below 1.6 million, I'm pretty sure. Oh, what's happening here? What is happening here? Rail construction vehicle. Waiting on that one. Trying to go through the same track for some reason. I don't know how that happened, but it did. Oh, okay, I see. Because the train tracks are now connected on the end here, meaning that they thought they were on the same block. This would solve it. I'm not sure how long that has been going on for, but our food has gone down to 80 out of 225, which is pretty low. What are you waiting for? Another construction vehicle. You're waiting for the resource train to leave, after which you should be able to get back to the rail construction office. And then the citizen goods train can make its way in. Looks like we ran out of alcohol before food. Good warning. Everything is moving again. Let's check the travel of iron this year plus last year. It stopped in October, it looks like, and we haven't been exporting iron for the last couple months. So yeah, traffic jam because of rail construction, wrong signaling. Also, we haven't been exporting any oil until then, I guess, from that train station. We still export it via our direct route. I mostly don't have pubs. Doesn't seem like a demand I need to fulfill. You don't need to. I just think it makes sense. I always struggle with loyalty and happiness with the way I play, so alcohol is like a cheap way to deal with that. This is our personal car route from previously, where we sent them to Turmasneu to build up the settlement. Now it will be changed to pick up people from Turmasneu and send them to a nearby fire station. Multiple radio stations with different settings have an effect? I don't know. I don't think so, because they can only listen to one radio station at a time. I've never really tried building more than one. So, at most definite, I don't know. Like, what is the effect if they listen to a radio station that has its settings set up to the maximum effect? And then they go to another radio station for another maximum effect. Is that higher than one radio station set to 50% listened to twice? Do they pick a radio station based on what they need and they know what the radio station will deliver? I don't know. Oh my god. It's the lucky leader. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. How was your Captain of Industry stream? Thank you for giving me shoutouts, Mega Monkey. Hello, Think Like. Welcome Raiders, I'm the Sprite Church. Playing more Workers of Resources with the Early Start DLC. Although we're in 1960 now, so we're at the normal start date at this time. It was excellent, thank you. I hope you had plenty of steam locomotives to run, because they are probably very good. I also need to go to Captain of Industry soon. Show market prices, please. Yes, that is what people want to see when they get rated here. Looks like the fuel prices have gone up back to 5,000. And then the second page is that one. How's your financial situation? Any loans? We have a lot of loans, but we paid back a lot of them and are now running a surplus that seems to be going okay. Since the fuel prices came down a little bit and we're exporting oil. We're approaching 10 locos, I think. One goes backwards though. A backwards locomotive sounds really progressive. Construction finished. The fire station. We will reject modernism. No modern equipment here. All just like old vehicles all around. The dev did answer multiple radio station questions. Citizens decide based on ratings and then on need, like culture. Ah, okay, so they do pick based on need. Ratings to make sure that the radio station has a sufficient throughput, and then what they actually need. Yeah, that makes sense. That's cool. So, Lucky Leader, are you planning on going back to Workers and Resources at some point? I mean, at some point in the near future, I guess I should specify. Or is Captain of Industry going to keep you enthralled for the next couple months? Because that would be perfectly understandable. Thinking of playing tonight, waiting for a workshop map to update. Okay. Hopefully. Both. Oh, both Captain of Industry and Workers and Resources. I see how it is. It does make sense though. Both of them are excellent games. You might be having too much fun being Captain Leader, or the Lucky Captain, yeah. Could make sense. If the Ostriv patch drops this week, I have no idea what I'll do. Oh yeah, I would probably drop over to Ostriv as a relaxation. I mean, I still want to play more Clan Folk too, because that one was really chill in its difficulty now. I'm spoiled for game choice. It is excellent. Workers and Resources in the background while he sorts out the captain issues, yeah. And then if everything gets too stressful, you just jump in over to Ostriv and make some pretty houses. Although I wonder if they're going to pull onto the difficulty in Ostriv a little bit. Captain of Resources. Captain of Workers and Resources, yeah. A lot of the Ostrich stuff is quality of life upgrades, which makes me think it'll be easier. Well, they were also thinking about implementing the first functionality of like the loan system, which makes me think that maybe money will be a chance or a way to actually lose the game, but who knows. Oh, Mega Monkey forced someone to post a link and that message got deleted. Congratulations, Mega Monkey, you did it. You tricked them. Alright, next research. This one only unlocked more tech. We need waste separation tech. You have access to the link, right, Mega Monkey? I don't need to go dig it out. Okay, you can still see it, good. Then that's fine. Man, that fire truck takes a while to get here. Might be time to say goodbye to the Russo Balls and pick something that is at least 40 kilometers an hour or faster. Because they slowly start having an impact on our logistics network. I could also run the bus route onto the end station, the personal car route, to make them more efficient, which is what I will do. So last stop will be the end station, even if it's built on the wrong side of the road for that purpose. But at least now they can drive the full speed. And the bus stop itself will send workers to the fire station first before anywhere else, making sure that we always have enough firefighters in the area. I will need electricity here to make it function, water, sewage, obviously, which is all going to be started with free technical services. We could bring in road cranes and excavators nearby with the free construction offices that we have, but I'm not sure. I'll set up some water, sewage and electricity temporarily next to the fire station. You can also post a link in chat, Mega Monkey, if you want others to see it. If not, then that's also okay. Don't have to share. Put a substation here, which we can use to get things started with, until we decide how everything should be laid out in the future. Another power line to the transformer of the village nearby, because we have a lot of power connections over here. One of them freed up because I tore it down. All of them are still temporary, so I'm not worrying too much about how they're going to look. Just making sure that they do not overlay the area that I want to build in, I guess. So that should be fine. We'll have a distribution office for gravel. Construction materials will also have a distribution to the site by truck. And that's gonna be good enough, I think. Nothing is burning right now, we're fine. Everything is okay. Don't scare me like that. There's some more oil trucks I need to set up to the road. Here. No, no fire. It's fine. Like, fuel and oil costs are at a nice, comfortable 5,400. We're making money. The iron trains weren't running for 3 months, but that's besides the point. We're doing okay. Everything is working. We'll set up rail construction. It needs its own water supply, I guess, for refueling the trains. Also temporary. Everything temporary, it's fine. Just make the rail construction work already. Temporary sewage discharge is not gonna happen. And we have to build with like really slow rail construction vehicles. At least we can build the tracks from here. We can get a dismantled AGMU into the building, for example, by truck. And they can start building the train tracks. Thinking 2 vehicles. Up to the tunnels. Oh, now we have room for a signal here. It worked out in the end. After I got rid of this train line, I guess. It's still very, very weird to get up to 100 viewers. Thank you for that raid, Lucky Leader, but this is very... It feels very strange to have that many viewers watching you play a video game. Game needs 1 million more signals than Captain of Industry. Yeah. No pressure. I'm gonna get something wrong. I'm gonna misclick a checkbox and then it's all over for my reputation, I just know it. Why do you have that emote as an emote for you? Oh my god, I guess you have all of those emotes. Okay, sure. Surely that means it's the better game, right? I mean, we have signals here. Captain of Industry doesn't have that. Imagine if all the people watching had glasses too. There would be like 200 people watching you. Oh my god. And they would be so educated. They would be so smart. Working and resourcing. Hello Barbados Blackbelly. Welcome. 1000 fingers typing comments at once. I'm worried at some point as the chat is just gonna go boot and I'm gonna miss like a lot of messages. That's the... I think the slow mode still helps. I'm glad I had that from the beginning. So people got used to the idea of like typing longer blocks of text rather than rapid firing just message after message. Educated, is that a requirement? For watching workers and resources, I would say no. That's fine. Are they educated if they didn't go to the Soviet university? It should be fine. It should be fine. Still kinda amazed that this whole setup works, where we limit the amount of heating production and reduce the pollution that way. To give them the bare minimum of temperature rather than as much as we can give them. Sorry if it's been covered already, but what's the oil situation look like? Oil is going around, it's coming back down a lot. It went up again to 5,000, now it's dropping again. We're making a lot of money with the exports, and it is stabilizing, thankfully. We're running the export on 2 oil wells, basically, and that's making us a lot of money. And also bringing the fuel prices and costs back down to a normal level. If that keeps going, maybe we can import fuel again on the regular. But yeah, right now, looking very good. This is gonna be a city. All of this area, also space for the city. Over here, oil wells and coal processing. Maybe a steel mill. Steel mill could be somewhere else. I don't know how much. I mean, if the amount of citizens in the city gets too large, we need something for them to do. And a steel mill is like the perfect choice. Also, this is not that good of an oil field, but it helps us keep the fuel price down. We saw that there were a lot better oil field options around, but I don't exactly remember where. Oh, they were here on this plain. This is a giant oil field of like over 50% capacity, quality. So we can have a village here protecting all of these oil fields and run a train to it. That would make us pretty safe in regards to the fuel cost if we have to import it. Could of course have an oil rig over there, but it wouldn't be necessary. What are the personal cars doing? Loading people? Okay. I might have to stop loading the spare workers at the bus stop, otherwise our cars don't get any. So we'll do that. No more workers being loaded here, other than those that don't have a school education. Should make sure that we always have some workers to load for the fire station. Do you ever make settlements with a super high density population? I mean, I try to keep it realistic looking these days. You can get very high density just by using the Dnipro flats, which are very tall residential flats, and that way you can cram like a couple thousand people in a couple hundred square meters. So it is definitely possible, but I try to avoid that. Maybe we can try that for a run at some point, just like absolute ridiculous population density with grocery kiosks. Rail construction is slow. Can't be helped. Wait a minute. If I'm planning to use the other rail construction vehicles, I don't need water. Then they will run on fuel. for now. And also don't need coal, just fuel. Only for this one, because I need to bring some rail construction vehicles to it to get it started, and I don't want to use the dismantled steam version. Once you start building train tracks in the beginning, you will understand, because the disassembled track builder you start out with is the LTC. And the LTC has a track building speed of a whole lot of 4 compared to 18 or 17 from the other track builders, or 10 from the AGMU. So I would like to try and get the AGMU in instead of the LTC, but we can then switch over to Steam track builders again, just not in the beginning. I'm not abandoning it. It will still be here. We do have waste separation research, right? Yes, in a couple seconds. There we go. That looks good. We can fit the building in here. Have it connected by factory connection, then we just need another incinerator after. Seems okay. Let me check something. I don't think I have any... no. There's no road. There's no direct routes leading to this. There shouldn't be. I don't know if I can fit the waste separation plus the second incinerator in the same area. That would be nice if it would work. But this will clean up our waste handling over here. Still have to empty out all of these dumps. Is the pop count going to be maintained until this coal city is established? I don't really have any other population growth planned. And we already have 21-year-olds without their own flat, so it should be fairly stable. Yes. Remember, it was 4.1k a few hours ago. It just cycles back and forth because of the winter. It's like the population level we're at. Right now it's getting... winter is over, so we had our population drop. As the cold has killed off a few people, and now there's going to be a recovery phase while the temperature climbs. We'll be fine. Winter over, -10 and snowing. Yeah. Welcome to Siberia. As long as it's above -20, winter is over. Snow's gonna melt in a month. Practically shorts weather. Hey. It's where the housing temperature goes from 14 degrees internally to 24 degrees, so yes, it is shorts weather. Demolition office is also bringing waste in here. We could have probably pulled all the waste through the factory connection into the incinerator from the demolition side, but I wanted to demolish everything at the same time. They should make a permafrost map where it's always winter. There's no seasons. There's only snow and misery. Or it skips from like end of April directly back to like November. I don't think so. I was reading the patch notes and said you can't demolish buildings with factory connections without first demolishing the factory connections, I think. Well, we're doing it anyway. Because the building's gonna go away as soon as the metal scrap has been removed. I really like the sound design of the steam locomotives for most of it. Workers and resources Antarctica would be funny. Yeah. Maybe you can do that. Maybe you can just replace every season with the same behavior. I don't know if that works. But look, we removed the building. Alright. General waste separation. The cousin of Lucky Leader. General separation. If I build that here, it would run into the risk of the train line being covered by me placing the building. I think. Like I click and it just moves the terrain up. I don't like that. So we could set up another incineration area. I was thinking something along the lines around this bus stop where they can just walk to it. We could have that back behind the waste dumps, but then we would have to set up another footpath. I thought you were about to call me trash. No. That would be rude. I wouldn't do that on the stream. Okay, once the factory connection is gone, we should be able to place it. Once that one has been removed. And the road, I guess. Not sure if we're gonna be able to fit the second incinerator, stage 2 in, but we'll see. I don't think so, because we still need the road to go out of here. And I don't think there's enough room for another incinerator to be placed in that location. So we'll just have another incinerator out here. Maybe move one of the waste dumps away. And then it goes through a cycle of the incinerator. Would be best to have it all in one area, I guess. Maybe if I start tearing this area up, we could put in incinerator stage 1, waste separation, and incinerator stage 2, and make this the new dispersion area. I think I'll do that. We'll try and set up a new location for that, and we can bring an extension of the footpath over there to let the workers get to the sites that they need to. Which means I have to let these workstations, the dispersion sites, become empty. So we have to unassign them all and just use these for now. couple fewer. I also need a fleet of waste trucks to empty out these storages. Maybe my depot is done that I wanted to build. It is. Good. Is that the time to recall the waste trucks and replace them with better ones? Yes. We don't have any waste trucks in any depot standing around anywhere, so we will have to find a source for that purpose. Maybe still connect it to the other side. Maybe you can't remove both buildings from both sides, but one side is fine. This is the wording in the patch. When removing a building, the game now checks if any factory or conveyor connection remain. If they do, the building cannot be removed until those connections are also removed. Okay. Well, you saw it did work. We're going to relocate the waste from these dumps into the dumps nearby, so it's not going to take too long. And I won't need too many vehicles to do that. That is going to be quite messy. Maybe I can use the distribution office for that too. Just put these in as load command. And let the distribution office deal with that. I still like the idea of the truck route. Alright. Let's hope that these dumps will be empty soon, and we can put a new waste management area in place. I will see if I can fit everything in this location, because the waste separation should work, no problem. Maybe it would have a negative effect on the way it looks for the train track, but that is something we could deal with. But yeah, another incinerator here plus a road. Huh. It looks like it might work. A road between those two buildings into the separation and then the incinerator on the exit. I have to wait for the road here to be demolished and then I guess we can try. Yep, that's gonna be a slow way to empty these out, but it has to happen. Maybe the distribution office can help, but it is not urgent. And then we have to tear up that whole setup and put the waste management in place. Incinerator, waste separation, incinerator stage 2, pickup location, dispersion site. And then we should have clean waste. That we either export by train or just rots away in local storage and doesn't cause any trouble. There we go, May 9th. Snow is melting, as expected. Construction will speed up a little bit. Once we can make our own concrete here, that would be lovely. I should probably build the gravel processing before the rail construction office. The road is gone. Let's see. Some of these train tracks are already covered by dirt that slid down on top of them. So the idea would be hoping that we could get a road between the two incinerators. Hook up the waste separation plant up to that. And build everything around here instead. No, that's not gonna work. I'm not gonna try and fiddle around with that. That seems too much. I'll just try and fix the train tracks a bit. And we'll give them space. And then the incinerator that we currently have can run until the new setup is done, before it will be deemed obsolete and replaced by something better. I mean, I guess we don't really have to wait for them to empty them out, right? Just let like the demolition officers deal with that, because they empty them out a lot faster. Unless there's really slow loading here. This will be a much faster. I think. Should also demolish the roads. That means I guess we can get rid of the Russo bolts because they have done their job and we've replaced them with some modern Skodas. Which is, I guess, the most modern vehicle I will get. They already feel way too modern. Demolition here should go pretty quick, because mixed waste goes into the incinerator, construction waste goes into an aggregate storage, and the same thing happens for metal scrap. So every demolition task should go pretty quick as soon as there's an excavator or enough workers here to handle that. I did move the demolition office from the area away from here, so I should probably put one back. There should not really be any hazardous waste, but we'll set it up anyway. I'll move one of the construction office buses over, which will handle the demolition of the roads a lot faster. You can pick up workers from this bus stop. Let's pick up workers from here. I don't think you need an excavator. Okay, I think you need an excavator. Do we have a spare one? Yes, in the construction office. Just reuse the existing one, it's fine. No need to purchase another one if there's one in the building right next door. That doesn't do anything right now. I'm gonna plant some trees. I want this to look a little bit nicer. And hide the power line that we placed to make the oil field be able to run. Alright, continue with the demolition work, and we'll slowly set up the new waste management site. We could even plan for it to have a storage for hazardous waste, which would make a lot of sense. That would take the place of this dump, which would feed into a factory connection into the new incinerator once it's set up. Kinda need more waste trucks. Make your way to the demolition office up here, please. Seems good. Now, I did say it would be a good idea to have gravel processing in the area. And maybe the way we solve the whole situation where the rail construction office might run full on gravel is by just attaching an external storage of gravel. And then the internal storage will never be overfilled, pretty much. So we just feed the gravel in here. The internal storage for the rail construction office will not get any gravel delivered to it whatsoever. It can always pull from gravel, from the gravel storage here, but it will keep its own internal storage available for demolition work. Which is the same we did with the construction material storage, I guess. And that means we need to feed the gravel processing over the road from a appropriate building. We'll need a conveyor engine for that because I need to flip the storage around. I need the other elevated input storage, but the gravel processing plant also doesn't have elevated outputs, so an engine here will also be needed. We'll probably flip it around so that the entrance is on the other side, where it will not block the main road. And we try and keep the traffic away from that location. That's the way it should be rotated. Gotta be a bit more careful with the roads. That'll work. And then we can feed in from the processing plant directly through here. Because the construction vehicles will also be on this side, I think, across the train tracks. We can put an aggregate loading station onto the storage here and let the construction trucks load from that storage also. And reserve the area around the processing plant for an asphalt and concrete plant. It will be a bit of a problem because this will drag all of the materials out for the aggregate storage. It prioritizes the storage in the rail construction office because the tower will be an active building. Maybe I should have the asphalt and concrete plant also on that storage. Modern concrete plant this time. The old one is so much easier to hook up though. I guess we could build them over here too. I should be forced to build the old one, because I think the modern one should be linked to modern industry. They probably didn't do that because of the water connection. Yeah, if we build it like this, we can use the tower and prioritize the input into the asphalt and concrete plant, because they have a lot smaller internal storage. So they can always have the higher priority, I guess. plant is hooked up the wrong way. Road connection doesn't work that way. Asphalt plant directly onto the road, huh? I mean, that's okay. This would be safer. If there's a lot of vehicles trying to pick up asphalt, they could back up onto the main road and cause a traffic jam, which could burn down a building. That's the thing I'm concerned about. So we'll flip that around. That would give us at least a little bit of room for the vehicles to back up on. Like 6-7 vehicles. Some construction offices along this road hooked up into this as well. Where, how am I going to hook up the construction offices for the asphalt and concrete? They drive in. They drive out and mostly right-hand turn, so that would be fine. Yeah, I guess the construction offices can be directly on the road. That would not cause too much traffic. That'll give us room for the asphalt, the dump trucks, the concrete mixers, and then another one for the construction equipment for roads, and a utility one if we wanted to have more road cranes or something similar. On the other side, we will have the loading for dump trucks. For gravel. Oh, money's looking really good. That will be our station for loading gravel. And then I was thinking the construction offices lined up here. Two construction offices for building maintenance and to get the whole area started in regular size. I think we had size 12 inside Bugodonsk, but let me check. 3, 6, 9, 12, yeah. That's the same setup I would use just to get things started. You usually build a technical service and distribution office in front of each city for waste management, food supply for supermarket and so on, or is it not necessary for each city? It's not necessary for each village, but for cities I really like the idea. Gives me an easy way to like for example, usually you need a lot of small waste trucks because they drive off to the incinerator, but if I have a technical service here with one waste truck, they just dump the waste into like a shared waste storage, and then a large container waste truck brings it to the incinerator. If this settlement would be in range of the other city, I wouldn't do that because it barely produces any waste. But it was slightly outside of range that I was like okay with it, and yeah, that's why it has its own technical service. Distribution offices I think make sense, unless the village is really, really small, like this one. This one doesn't have a distribution office set up. It just gets food and meat into its grocer, and that's fine. I pump water out of a hill at 95% quality, but inside the building it's 98, 99 magic. Could be that you already had some water in there, but I have seen funky stuff with like water happening. For example, we're pumping water from this small water well into the rail construction office. And in there it's also 99%. Which shouldn't really happen. It's probably the rail construction that is doing it. I think so, yeah. What about repair next to construction offices? That one was just for convenience sake, because repair trucks are like... The repair station takes a lot of time to send vehicles out to repair stuff. Unless they are in its area of effect. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that in the next settlement. I don't think I will have the space there. But here it was really convenient to do that, because all the construction equipment just gets repaired without having to send any of the covered hull trucks over to the location. Which means they just immediately start repairing the vehicles. And don't use any fuel. But yeah, over here I don't think we will have that luxury. It would be nice if I just fit a repair station in that deals with the construction offices again, and the rail construction office would be a bonus, but that one barely needs any repairs, I guess. I'll just fit the construction offices in like that for now. And the city is gonna be slightly larger, so maybe even like a third one right from the get-go. Doesn't feel as neatly organized as I would like it to be, but it should still work. Most things do. Alright, let's bring the distribution vehicles. We need to send some construction materials to the rail construction office. I should only need boards and steel. And that is what I will send for now. We could use some modern equipment for that. But I think we're just going to use the Yard 12D, which is twice as expensive as the Skoda. Has less carry capacity, but it fits the style that we're using right now, so we'll do that. And we can fit a repair station here, for example. A short distance with the vehicles to repair equipment is still okay, but once you start sending them like 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, the repair station loses a lot of its efficiency. So it should be as close as possible to your largest sources of vehicles, which in our case would be the construction offices. I still have to set up the gravel processing. That way should work. Into the tower. And then here we can have a quarry somewhere that comes down by road and drops it off into the processing plant with some trucks. Well, flatten the terrain. 50% is fine. Gotta get that road out of here where it makes sense and functions. Oh, maybe the quarry over here makes more sense. That is at a better angle. I make a mistake and build my rail building too far away from the border. I'm in year 5 and still rails are worked on. Yeah, welcome to early start. You could, of course, still build another rail construction office right now and try and shorten that time if you want. It doesn't prevent you from setting up another one. Okay, that's getting a little bit awkward. I didn't realize how steep that was. Let's try and build it lower down. %50 is fine. That's not 50%. That one would be. %60. I thought that one would be easier, but it's pretty much the same thing, isn't it? Guess we're going back to the original one. Seems okay. I think I need maybe one more year, and also my city isn't ready to start, but I learned the earlier you have trains in early start, the better it is, because it boosts you so much. Absolutely, but an early town also boosts if you don't have to buy workers anymore. And you can do stuff like clothing with the workers. Definitely. Steel and boards. Bring that over here. If we start running the rail construction, we will have to bring more workers than the firefighters, obviously. But the firefighters are still going to be a good addition to the area to make sure nothing burns down. Ah, come on. Autosave on road placement. Rails and Captain of Industry cannot figure out how to make a two rail parallel corner. Oh. A challenge! Yay. Looking forward to it. Maybe it works. Maybe I'm going to also fall into despair. I guess we'll see. Well, that does sound... I don't know. It sounds kind of cool that it's not easy, so if you make something work, it's an achievement, kinda. I mean, they took out all the signals and now it's more difficult to build corners, I guess. It's a trade-off. Oh, we have to hook up so much electricity, water and sewage to get some people to live here. It's all going to be industry in the beginning. People will get here by bus and do some work for us. I will need a bus stop here permanently that I can send workers to. Wanted to test border throughput with a new mechanic. I think with the new throughput, I'm gonna redesign my customs layout and skip water sewer for the first few decades just to see. Yeah, I mean, if you start importing water and sewage by truck or exporting it, then it's gonna like, it will work for sure. Depends on the fuel price, and water and sewage cost might also go up quite a bit. Did you back up your customs house at all this game? I did not throw that many vehicles at it. It did not back up, no. It's doing fine. But I haven't tried a setup where I'm like running everything by trucks. We did do that once, but yeah, the customs house throughput was the main issue. Now that one would actually work. I tried to export oil by trucks. And not a little amount of oil like right now, but like 20 kmas per like kilometer worth of trucks. I guess I could try and load that safe and see how it works. No trains was a horrifying run. It was very vicious, yes. But we persevered. It's over now. It scarred a lot of us. Water matters. Inefficient but pretty. What? This road? This footpath, I mean? It's supposed to look realistic. All trucks. Oh, that one was really fun. Especially if you're using it for oil, because the trucks just consume more fuel, driving up the fuel price, making your oil export more expensive. Oh my god, fuel prices are down to 2,000. How's the coal price looking? Still only 40. I think coal might be the next big, like, suddenly it spikes up to 300. And then we're scrambling for something, but the town we're building right now is able to handle food and coal. And maybe steel, but steel I don't see much of an issue yet. That has remained fairly stable. Oh, look at that. Demolition over here is done. Lovely. Now we can set up the new waste handling. Starting with an incinerator. It also has a storage for hazardous waste. I guess I could put the mixed waste and hazardous waste into its own storage, so nothing would really back up. If I move it here, that would work. Could be small dumps, we don't need a lot. I think I only need one. And the mixed waste can go directly into the building. So we have a dump hazardous. Mixed waste goes directly into the building. And then from here we need to go into the waste separation. Via factory connection. If I wanted to save plastics or other things, I would put another waste storage in here for the output of the incinerator, and only use this one for hazardous waste, and mixed waste would go directly into the waste separation. But since this is mostly industrial waste, I just want the waste separation to be as efficient as possible. And with the incinerator we remove most of the waste that they don't have to separate anymore through here. And then that would lead into the second incinerator. Maybe I will still use the other waste dump. Maybe this one could be the second waste dump. It's like, what do I want basically? I could set it up with another waste dump in mind. That way we could even take the mixed waste from the scrapping facility directly into the waste separation plant. Would remove the need for a truck over there. And then incinerator number 2, stage 2. With an optional output storage that we don't have to have. Because there's not that much waste left after that point. I would like to redo this road because it looks weird and wonky. So we're gonna do a quick demolition on that corner and put something a little bit smoother in there. But other than that, we can already start the construction. I think this will be the transfer between the two buildings, and this will just be the input for hazardous waste. So I've changed my mind, and this is going to be dump transfer. And this will be the hazardous waste storage. I had to go buy some sweets from a man on a canal boat. But back now, did I miss a death spiral? No death spirals. The Republic is not yet complex enough where that should occur. Famous last words. I did, however, just disconnect my waste handling from the building that is supposed to manage it. So it could theoretically happen at the moment, but it shouldn't. Like, we can't transfer waste from the incinerator to the distribution dumps right now. Distribution dump, don't leave me chat. Hahaha. Welcome back, Lopo. Oil price going down for a couple months. Well, you left my conscience, and since I'm very much what I don't see doesn't exist, you weren't here the whole time. Alright. I guess we can give them a bypass road access from this side. Make sure that the distribution still will work while we rework things in the area a bit. Alright, you... Oh, the vehicle ran out of fuel. Excuse me? It happened that the distribution didn't seem it necessary to warn me that the storage was empty. Oh my god. Yes, speaking of Death Spiral, this didn't give me a warning that it's out of fuel. Because it had still 4.53 in. Which is not enough to trigger a warning, but it is too much for the vehicles to care about picking it up. So we have to make a quick and swift rail import of some fuel. Oh yes, everything grinding to a halt. Lovely. I will set up that additional fuel storage that we were talking about at some point. That will be available to flick on and off at a moment's notice if I run out of fuel, like so. Here we go. The bubbles of death are appearing everywhere. But our savior train is on the way, and I think it's just going to continuously run for now. because I don't want to deal with this nonsense. Does our distribution office have enough fuel in the vehicles to do the fuel distribution? Yes, they are fine. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Alright, you know what? Get out of there. Go to the customs house, turn around, not even oil export, just move out of the way. Oh my god, iron train. Because I don't know if the distribution of fabric is even working right now. You're next. And you will also ignore. Actually, you will stop. But you're next. Move. Running out of food, I wonder why. Some vehicles are without fuel. I hope they bring fuel to the gas station here, which they are. Good. It's famine time. No. Famine time sounds way too fancy for what's happening. There's the fuel. Go get it. Oh my god. Okay, these are not all going to get fuel right now. Okay. I love death spirals. It's not a death spiral yet. It's only a death spiral if people start dying. Or if Mega Monkey says it's a death spiral, I guess. So far, Mega Monkey hasn't said it yet. Lack of fuel death spiral was not mentioned. Perfectly fine. We might be running into a lack of water. Lack of food also. Well, that's all the fuel already. But nearby gas stations will also be refueled. Like, for example, over here. So, go get your fuel over there then. It's a winding downwards staircase. Everything is fine. There's no food in either grocer in the city anymore. It's fine. At least they have access to clothing and meat. That's it. Citizens eat cloth instead. Yeah, it's fine. Still have 57 21-year-olds. They can, without their own flat, they can act as food in an emergency. There's no more tanker truck heading this way, which has me a little bit concerned. I guess they're going to like other gas stations right now, which is the Polektinsk gas station that's over there, I guess? Yeah. Very important. Domino effect active. You know it. Like I said, this republic is not big enough to have those crises yet. I stand by what I said. I wanted to build a proper distribution office here too at some point. But I think priorities have changed right now. Domestic fuel supply? Crazy idea. Too expensive. It's too expensive. Have you had problems with the Yak-10 waste truck? For me, it just doesn't want to pick up waste from demolition sites. Yes, don't use it. It will crash your game. Wait until they patch it. The Yak-10 waste truck and the Yak excavator will crash your game, potentially. More fuel has arrived. You save money then, but you pay the price differently now. Yeah, like Chernobyl. It's fine. We save money now, and people later on will pay the price with the reputation. You know what? Instead of picking up from the border, why don't you just pick up from the storage tank? What's now with the trains? Oh, the fabric, right. The fabric stuff is still stuck in distribution hell, so let's not wait on fabric for the time being, because it's not working. Was there an update? I don't think there was yet. I don't see one being scheduled. Not yet. We're still at 4,042 people. It's like we have no crises. It's fine. Like, I don't know what you want from me. People have food in most shopping centers. See, even here, just a minor issue. A tiny bit of lack of fuel, food. Freudian slip there. It's fine. It's all good. 10 people have died. It's winter. We're in winter. It happens. Thought gas lines don't happen until the 70s. This is mostly a we don't know which gas station to go to line. Look how much food they want. It's beautiful. I think I will solve this issue by always having a dedicated vehicle refueling a gas station, which means that the storage tank should always run empty to a warning message. That's how I will solve that for me. Died in ambulances without fuel. There were no ambulances without fuel. Alright, this year. See, we just have a minor drop. Like we have every time we have winter. Just a little bit earlier. It's the pre-culling. It's slowly starting to spread out. Fuel deliveries are back to where they should be. The vehicles have all gotten the fuel they need to run. Small dip in happiness, those occur. Minor dip in health. Minor dip in loyalty. Sports enjoyment is on the rise. I think each crisis basically creates a lot of religion sympathy because they start praying. And we haven't had that happen. No issues. And I don't want to hear it otherwise. Like I said, most vehicles have the fuel they need. Oh god, we're out of money. Oh, that's an actual crisis. Is the empty ruble not an issue? No, that's definitely an issue. It prevents our gas stations from functioning. And that causes some health issues with heating, but we're working on it. 7 million ruble amount, yeah. We paid back quite a bit of it. Our loan capacity is looking quite good, but we're still dealing with a lot of it. Man. I might build that tunnel from here to the upper area and make this a road that we just use for like vehicles leaving the settlement. I could make the whole settlement a roundabout, since we do have an asphalt road that enters and leaves the settlement. Counterclockwise roundabout? No, clockwise roundabout would work because the important buildings are on the inside of the settlement. Now that money issue was more of a problem. That had an immediate impact. That lack of money was causing quite a bit of problems. How did you know the oil crisis doesn't hit this region before the rest of the market? Okay, looks better now. I think it looks fixed now. Taking up one space of the gas station for fuel deliveries is a little bit awkward, but I think it's for the best. So we don't have the same issue again with the fuel deliveries again, like we just had. Okay, that means the train, after the next pickup of fuel, will go back into the depot. And this time we should be prepared for the warning message to appear correctly, because we always take fuel with a direct route from the building, so it will go down to 0 eventually and not be stuck at 4.5. Just minor shortages. Let's increase the amount of workers in the buildings, so they're fine. Even the shopping center is fine. It's okay. The more I say it, the more it is true. If we can bring the gravel to the rail construction office, then the only thing missing would be the fuel, and we can bring that by a truck. Crisis didn't happen. Has been expunged from all records. There was no fuel crisis of 1960. Oh my god, the oil price is back down below 1,000. Fuel price at 2,000. That was an interesting market crisis that we went through pre-1960. Quite cool. Let's get rid of the free road depots. We have a proper depot now. Oh, game did not like that, apparently. Unfortunate. And lost 3 minutes worth of game time again. Alright. Everything back to how it should be. I might have been muted for a bit, but I should be back now. Thank you for the follow, X died, much appreciated, and welcome to the stream. Once the setup for the waste recycling is set up proper, we can put all of this waste again through the whole gauntlet, and then the construction waste and metal scrap will be filtered out properly. We don't have to worry about it. I don't know why this incinerator is being so overworked right now. Maybe it was all the waste trucks not running because of lack of fuel. And the iron mine has basically piled up on a lot of waste at that point. Yes, that's what happened. So they ran out of fuel and there was no warning up here. And now we're going back through the motions to empty everything out proper. Oh, we dropped below 4,000 citizens. But we still have 21-year-olds without their own flat. Those might be highly educated, but I don't think so. I'm not sure. There's no flat open. One of them is, but that just got filled. So yeah, we're full. It's not the highly educated who are just waiting to move into somewhere. Everyone is waiting for a flat to open up. And a little bit of crime. And excess... oh, lack of drinking water. How is that? If the fuel drops down below like 500 or further, and the oil well starts burning down somewhere, we might not rebuild it immediately. We'll clean up the demolition site, but rebuilding only if the fuel and oil price go up crazy again. The one next to the iron mine marked oil well should not burn down, because it is in range of a fire station, but it could still happen. I'm gonna empty out the waste inside the iron mine fire station here, because that will not get emptied out unless I bring a small garbage truck up here. Close and chemical storms going crazy for you? Sounds good. That's what it's all about. Let's look for some cheap train to scrap. Oh, there's a pig locomotive. No cheap train to scrap, unfortunately. Maybe once we get tunnel boring machines we will have luck and they will dump a bunch of them onto the used vehicle market for us to gather and use in like tunnel boring, and then if we don't need them anymore we could scrap them. Wait until another one shows up. Always have like one in the back of our hand for actual work, but otherwise just scrap them. Could probably set their maintenance to 100 and just use them for their purpose and then throw them away. Oh, we're actually building the bridges now. Cool, cool. I just realized that I've been streaming for 8 hours with no break, so I'm going to take a break now. And it might be a slightly longer one than 5 to 10 minutes. You will have to forgive me. I'm gonna take a break, 10-15 minutes-ish. Gonna go get some food, and then we're going to play some more Workers and Resources, I think. Be right back. I'm not coming back from the break, Mega Monkey. But I will be coming back after the break. I'm not just right now coming back from the break. You can't gaslight me into thinking I just had my break. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Back already with more workers and resources. Surprise. I know people said it couldn't be done. I will do it anyway. I might be sending too many workers up here and not enough into the clothing factory now. That should fix it. We need a few people in the processing plant bus stop, but not that many. All the buildings for the new waste processing are being built now. Once the transfer and the waste separation are set up, plus the last incinerator, we can start emptying out these waste storages. I think we need probably a couple more a few more dumps to make sure the waste spreads out properly. Nine should be good enough, probably. And that means we will have 3 clean ones that we can drop waste into. As soon as the incinerator setup is done and handling everything, transferring the waste from the 6 wrong buildings to the incineration setup into the 3 clean ones and cleaning the whole area up. Okay, that's going to be its thing. More planning to be done in the unnamed city number 2. But for now, we just have our setup. Construction material, asphalt and concrete. I still need an oil tank here to deliver bitumen to. Good progress. This plant is currently not hooked up to water, sewage or electricity. So the asphalt plant wouldn't work, but that's okay, we can make do without one. As long as the concrete plant works. Having a source of concrete nearby would be really useful. I will need a bunch of buses running the rail construction. We have to bring 2 rail construction vehicles to the area. And we will be choosing the AGMU, disassembled. Got an open hull truck that can transport them. As soon as the rail construction office is done. Also had a message about too many unsolved cases. I guess we'll bring the capability of the police station up a little bit to deal with this. And then the bus route. Would probably be best to have it be personal cars or small buses, higher frequency than lots of workers in a larger bus. Yeah, let's take the AMO 15, I think. What's the fuel price? Depends on the fuel price. Still 2,000. Okay. Let's take the gas bus. Slightly more engine power. Six vehicles for now. And we'll transport them from Bugodonsk to that area to run the rail construction. And they will need fuel. No water or coal currently, just fuel. That will probably change as soon as we have them hooked up to the regular rail network. We'll also have our emergency storage for fuel up soon. At that point we will transfer all the fuel from the storage into the backup storage until it is full. And then we have 1,500 tons of fuel ready to go for a fire or something. It should be well protected. The more experience you get with the game, the fewer crises you should be having. But they will always occur at some point, and then how you react and handle them can be different. Can always pause and take in like what the situation is first. I rarely slow down or pause the game these days. Just because I think it's a little bit more dramatic. Alright. We still need the gravel. We have steel and boards. Feels like it sucked all the boards and steel over to the rail construction office as soon as it got built. If the same thing happens with the gravel, then I guess this whole setup will not change the behavior. But we'll see if that's the case. You will be picking up workers from the settlement too. There should still be enough workers on that bus stop, so we will take more from there. And bring them over to the rail construction setup. Not just yet, but soon. As soon as we have gravel. You see there was a population decrease. A little bit. It was winter after all. Just a small dip. Just two small dips. But I have just the solution for that. Increase birth rate research. It solves everything. Minus maybe lacking heating during minus 40 degrees. But other than that, probably almost everything. Exactly. Instead of protesting, make more workers. They really ought to send some resources here before they pile on the construction workers that much. There's the open hull construction office, there's an excavator in there. We do have a utility construction office where that one should be in. I'm going to relocate you now. And we'll get some more old-timey vehicles. With the Russo-Bout going away. Which is a dump truck anyway. First track builder has arrived. That means the building could already take workers, but it is still lacking gravel. And we do get the basic gravel setup in place. We might also need a gas station in the future at this setup. Probably down here in the junction if there is enough room for it. There is. Okay, I think this is the situation we had last time, where the storage was almost out, and it didn't really run out low enough for when it would cause a warning message. However, as soon as this gas station has consumed enough fuel for the truck to run another route, then we would be informed. But I just saw it, so we will run the locomotive consistently for now, and also fill this storage up with fuel. There's the warning. Someone else decided to still pick up fuel. That works. With the new trucks for open hull materials, hopefully construction materials will arrive here a lot faster and more efficiently. Probably not efficiently, but should happen a lot faster, since I got a bunch more trucks now, with higher volume. When does the tunnel boring machine become available? 68, so still quite a while. Even the GZ66 shows up here. Is that... Oh. I thought it was the same thing as the truck. GZ66 covered, yeah. Must be a test vehicle. Focus on the resource deliveries on the first 3 buildings, then the waste separation, then the last incinerator. Otherwise all deliveries are spread out between all the buildings evenly, which works normally, but I usually don't bring enough construction vehicles where that functions. Also, we have a lot of workers up here, constantly pouring more and more construction workers into existing construction tasks. Oh, this fire station also has the new pump check-in range, so I guess that one shouldn't burn down either. Unless, of course, the snow-covered road is slowing down the fire truck too much for that distance to be close enough, but remains to be seen, I guess. There's our backup storage of fuel. So we should be pretty safe now. Might even use the designated truck that keeps that gas station full of fuel to not wait until unloaded, but just run a route consistently to that storage tank for now. Until it has filled up. 0% bricks. That's pretty good utilization of the R12D, but it's fine, as long as we get the incinerator done. After that you can focus on the waste separation. The demand for electronics is rising. It's up to 100 people that want that now. And I don't think we're gonna do that. Slowly coming along. We should probably put the roads up to be turned into asphalt. Up to the bus stop at least. Residential building lifespan is 20 years, right? Depends on what you set the maintenance to. They say 20 years in here. But usually if you set it to 50%, it will probably send out some vehicles to do building maintenance at 10 years. And we're doing them even more regularly. One building has kind of dropped the loyalty and happiness of citizens living inside. So it depends how much you want to invest in maintenance of buildings, I guess. I'll have to switch over all the technical services to deliver to the correct storages. Hazardous waste in this dump, mixed waste in this dump. Or like container loading storage. I will just drop the mixed waste also into the incinerator directly. It makes no sense to recycle that yet. We do not have any plastics in our waste. But we're ready if we find anything that would benefit off of that, and then we can assign that specific technical service to the waste storage between the incinerator and waste separation. You know what? Run this at 5 workers and the technical university with 10 fewer workers, and then I don't have to flip the universities on and off again all the time. Only mixed waste ever should go in here. Hazardous waste for the other storage. And if I want more loading capacity, we could have a 2 parking space dump on that side too. But like I said, I don't think it's going to be necessary. Because by the time the waste gets into the last incinerator, it's almost completely cleared up. I'll need 2 trucks to load the... was it aggregate trucks or was it waste trucks? I think I needed waste trucks to load that here. And from the building should be fine, because there's not that much construction waste and metal scrap left. Plattenbau LG1 crashes the game too. I've built the 1 LGs for a while now and never had them crash the game. Don't have access to them yet. Must be on my side. I don't know. Could have been something. I haven't tested it yet. I just know they previously didn't crash it. I don't know with the latest version. It would be strange for them to change. But weirder things have happened. Alright, list of buildings by technical service. Entire map. We don't need to worry about Gugozhny, because these ones should handle the waste by dropping them into local storage. And then that local storage truck I need to change over. So here, hazardous waste goes into incinerator stage 1. That's the old one that needs to change. That one is just for water. So you'll drop your hazardous waste into the new storage. And mixed waste into the dump once it's ready. Into the incinerator, I mean. Via telling this truck that it's now okay to deliver it to the incinerator. The new one. There's some bit of construction waste in here, I don't know how that happened. Interesting. Might have been a rounding error. Have you tried the DLCs for this also? We're playing the DLC right now. Isotope, welcome. Unless you mean Teku, then I think Teku is also hooked on the game and playing it right now. Okay, you know what? They don't produce that much. So just go here and wait until unloaded. This produces a lot of mixed waste, so we're going to run that through the incinerator directly. Industrial areas shouldn't produce that much plastic. It's almost ready. One thing it's missing is the ability for people to easily get to every building, so I need to hook up the footpath exit. And that should solve it. I'll take workers from the processing plant's bus stop. And then we need to send a few more workers there again. New incinerator has started operating. This one has water and sewage and electricity. Good. Okay. Okay, that's how you want to play it. Then you also unload here. I'm not sure if that will work. It should. The problem right now is they're pushing the waste through the building's factory connection into the storage, which they shouldn't do. We'll have to empty that one out. I mean, right now it's fine. Like, it'll go through the separation, another time incinerator, and it's fine. I guess it would work this way anyway. Most of it gets incinerated. Will they send mixed waste to this building, even though it doesn't have any mixed waste containers? Oh, we can't assign it because it doesn't have any containers, okay. Fair. Am I okay with this? What if I turn this connection around? I think it should be fine. There we go. Waste separation plant currently inaccessible by footpath. I need a truck that handles the metal scrap and construction waste. Or we just do it by distribution office. That's easier. I could also just empty these ones out by demolishing them and then letting them get rebuilt. But if I set them for demolishing, then as soon as they're empty, they will be removed, so it doesn't quite work. I need a temporary bus to help me run the waste separation facility. And then also the incinerator after that. So you're just going to drive around some workers. If you bring them back to the other bus stop, you can unload them and pick up some new ones. I'll get the waste separation running. We have to make sure that the waste trucks are the ones that will pick up the metal scrap and construction waste. At least the hazardous waste can't make its way through here. I could solve it by unloading the mixed waste in here and the hazardous waste directly into the incinerator, I guess. That would be a solution. But this also works, mostly. I was thinking about unloading all the mixed waste in here anyway, so incinerating most of it is good enough. And just making sure to save the plastics waste with this incinerator will be important. if we ever have plastic waste at some point. Ash, other waste, and the biological waste and burnable waste wouldn't happen, but the other waste you get from running it through a waste separation plant. And that's why we need the second incinerator. Any used vehicle to import. Right now the price of steel was closer to a 1-to-1, like 1,000 rubles. So we don't have to go by like half the price. If it's better than 137 tons is 137,000 rubles, then we would buy it probably. But these ones are all quite terrible. This one is slightly better, 112,000 for 126 tons, but not good enough, I don't think. That one we'll get, another Dampfkran. That one can make its way to the demolition office, or the scrapyard. Now we just have to make sure that the waste separation doesn't run full, that the distribution of construction waste and metal scrap out of the building works as it should. And then everything will be in order. Okay, lots of fuel imports happening right now. Took out a loan. And yeah, if the price goes down, we've wasted a bit of money, but otherwise we'll be okay. Some fuel insurance is gonna be a good idea after what happened. I don't have to like fill it up completely, but I want to. And the way setup is done, bar the footpath connection, which shouldn't take too long to build. The pedestrian entrance will take the longest, I guess. But after that is done, people from the bus stop can walk over here. And we don't need the bus route between the two buildings anymore. Don't know if this incinerator is getting any more deliveries. It shouldn't. We'll have to wait until the dumps are done, and we can make the switch. Asphalt road construction is now very handy, fast to do, very convenient. Looks like there was an update. We're going to restart. Not the run, but I'm going to restart the game to download it. Yak extractor crash fixed, Yak waste truck fixed, adding missing drivers. Added old-fashioned street lamps. Switched prefab panel factory to require concrete study. Locked modern concrete plant behind modern industry tech, yeah. Added early radio station. Tweaked availability of some trucks to ensure all types are available. Tweaked speed of excavators and tractors. Okay, I'm gonna be interested in that. Let me save. Yak 10 update? Yes. The Yak 10 update. Also the Yak excavator update, because that one was also not working. And some other fixes. And they added a early start radio station. Speed of excavators and tractors was fixed. Lowered starting prices and initial money for new early start games. Lowered starting prices and initial money. So you start with less money in early start now? Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let me start a new game in early start real quick and see what it looks like. So once the stream catches up, there we go. Realistic. No earthquakes, 1930. We're going back to the regular run soon. I just want to test what money we start with now if we start a new run. Fixed material appearances of buildings during nighttime. Fixed AMO truck textures. 560 rubles and 280 US dollars. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Village run, here we go. Oh, the bulldozer can now go 8 kilometers an hour. And the excavator goes only 13. Woo! Yes! The excavator has been slowed down. Excellent. Did they change the Rosobalt? The Rosobalt has also been nerfed. Excellent. That one was way too fast at 30 kilometers an hour. Oh no, the concrete one has been nerfed. The open hull truck is still the same. Huh. Interesting. New update? Yes. We're looking at what the early start looks like now, and you start with less than half the amount of money. They did say the prices were changed. Did that mean that the resource prices are adjusted now for an early start? Seems they are cheaper. I think they might be cheaper. I think they might have like pushed back the resource prices properly now. Another early start would be a lot of fun, I think, but let's see what breaks in our republic, shall we? What else do we have? Gas stations are now locked behind the modernism flag. Oh yeah, the newer gas stations. Tweaked availability of Roosevelt trucks. Oh, I didn't check the dates, I guess. Adjusted initial religious sympathy of citizens to prevent early achievement unlocked on St. Petersburg map. Dang it, could have gotten an achievement there. So what do the Roosevelt say with their dates? Open hull truck Roosevelt. Oh, and they are now available until 39. Okay, they changed that. Got it. Yeah, but in the game they last until 39 now. Before that they were 1913 to 23. And they make them available for longer now. Doesn't mean they're not outdated, but you know what, we gotta try. We haven't seen it yet. It's gonna be a world premiere. Not dumper. Waste truck. Yak 10. Let's see what it looks like when it actually runs a proper animation. All things considered, they're probably the best flatbed trucks you'll get till the Skoda flatbeds. They are so freaking fast. When they first released, they had 17 kilometers an hour. The concrete trucks have that now, apparently. So maybe that is what they're going back to. Like these ones, they can now go only 17 kilometers an hour. And that was the speed that they had initially, but the other Rosobalts can still go faster. Maybe they are slower because, like, they're transporting concrete on a flatbed. And they don't want it to, like, spill. But who knows? What else do we have? Oh yeah, the early radio station. Improved overtaking logic to allow passing of very slow vehicles. 14 megawatt high voltage wires are now gated behind research. Sweet. So 4, 6 and 8 megawatts are now gated. This one is the 8 one, I think. Yeah, we didn't cheat. We used legitimate technology. We're good. I guess worst case scenario, one could always open a certain TXT file to amend the speed. Are you suggesting I should mod the game files Is that what you're saying? What? What? Was the magic of Lenin, yep. Early radio station. 50 and 25 workers. I gotta get that one. I want to see how strong that is. Half the amount of workers of a regular radio station. The TV station is even crazier. It's a third of the workers, pretty much. Mod? No. Amend? Possibly. Sounds like heresy to me. Alright, there's the truck. Let's see what it looks like, and if it works. The shopping centers have electronics? No. I still don't give them electronics. Which is a fair point. They did say they added drivers. I wonder if I buy a new Russobald if they have drivers now. I gotta test that one too real quick. Perfect autosave. Oh, that's an animation. That is an animation. That was worth it. Beautiful. Alright, we're gonna slowly empty out those dumps. These dumps should never convert away from mixed waste because there should nothing be in here other than ash, which should slowly dissipate on its own. Okay, let's buy a Russobald and see if that one looks different. Maybe they all have drivers now. No. Not yet. Maybe they will have them at some point. What did it say? Edit missing drivers. I don't know. Maybe on the tractors? I'm not sure. That animation was very detailed and nice looking. Now I wonder what the excavator looks like. Oh, there's a driver. That is a very large steering wheel, but there's a driver. Drivers exist, yeah. Apparently they do. Steering wheels on old vehicles are large due to no power steering. Yep. Doesn't have a GT wheel yet. Needs a GT steering wheel. Why are we losing so much money now? Because of all the fuel import I'm doing. Makes sense. We'll shut this off and see if more mixed waste accumulates here. If it does, I think there's a truck bringing some right now. Then we know that not everything has been set up correctly yet. Garbage transfer from Volgodonsk. Interesting. You probably need a better vehicle. I'll need an open hull truck here to make sure that we can remove plastics waste as soon as it starts appearing. And that one I would send to the customs house. Once you unlock cyber technology, you can replace the huge wheels with yolks. Ugh. Ball wheels. They weren't just powered by the power of communism. That's the open hull. To the distribution office. I wonder if the streamer city can handle production of electrical components, since early start industry only uses gravel instead of plastic. And wood. If we want to make electronics, but maybe. Don't have the technology for it though. And the chemicals would have to be imported. But man, is it cheap. Can we make half a ton of electronic components? It doesn't show us how many are being used for repairs, but I guess it would be around 6 tons of electronic components is what we need. Alright, I'll spend the next research point on going towards chemicals, electronic production and electronics. Electronic components and electronics. Wait, there was something else I wanted. Radio. Well, no use of having a radio without electronics, I guess. And I don't want to import them. Okay, now I really like the Jag vehicles because of the animation. It's very pretty. They felt very chunky before, which was very nice. But of course, if it doesn't work, and you couldn't see them in action, then not much you can do with that. We'll empty out 3 waste dumps at a time and then switch them over to the other 3, slowly giving the distribution office more capacity to store its waste in. And now we have waste recycling, as good as it's ever gonna get. The same setup would be next to the coal mine at the unnamed city, because of industries requiring a lot of waste handling. Gee, there's a second secret on the Moscow map. I forgot to look at those. Ah, man. Haven't looked at for the first one yet. Looks like the bus route is now obsolete. Because we have our footpath tunnel. Looks like the waste distribution does not work right now, so I need a dump truck. Walking is the cheapest form of transport, yes. And in this case it works really well. I want to see how the excavator looks like when it works. Well, there's no construction to be done right now. Maybe if I bring it over here and it has something to do. You need to go into storage for now. I'll run you again once we need more fuel. Still 5 tons in here, but I think that was from when that single truck arrived. I'll use it up, shut it back down and see if more waste arrives, but I do believe we have everything assigned the way it should be. And if that's true, we can tear down the building. Why are you waiting so long? These aren't really used that much for line spacing, they're used to just keep you moving, I guess. Oh, look at that. Slow excavators, finally. Excellent. Still trouble with overtaking that one. Maybe it's because it still thinks it can go... Oh no, never mind. That is the other excavator. Okay, they can overtake some other vehicles, but I guess maybe the heavy trucks with the heavy load... Oh no, they don't have more than 20 kilometers an hour on the excavator. I don't know. It's fine. We have time. We're going to be in 1990 and it's all going to still be old technology by that point. Alright, looks like gravel could run. Oh wait, I can get the excavator into the quarry. That's what I can do. Make your way up here and run the quarry for now. Then you will always have something to do. Technically this vehicle is from before 1960. It has exactly 10 tons, which would be ideal for the gravel processing plant. I think I'm gonna get a single truck. Because we don't have that much consumption here, it's mostly... well, it will be construction. By that point we can get some other vehicles, but A single large vehicle that will be set to wait until loaded, wait until unloaded, and then auxiliary vehicles that will not wait until unloaded. No waiting until loaded. I wonder if the driver will stay in the front when it's operating. Hopefully not. You're German, right? Yeah. Technically. Probably. Buildings without power supply. That only matters for refueling, so it doesn't matter right now. But later on, once we bring fuel directly to the building, it will matter. At which point we will have a proper power setup for the area. Everything else can get the power from the temporary setup, minus the bitumen tank, I guess. And the asphalt plant. Those are for later. So wait, are there old-fashioned street lamps now? I guess I don't have any street lamps. Maybe if you build like asphalt roads with street lamps before 1960, they are old-fashioned. Or maybe they work like the customs houses, where if you start an early start, you always have the old-fashioned version. We got an AGMU in here. We need to run one more time. Oh, they're pretty? Hmm. Now we gotta start over, I guess. Our dump truck should arrive here soon. And we still have to set up or start the bus route to bring workers to the area. Which I think we can now run. There it is. Let's watch the new excavator in action. And it does remove the driver when it's parked. Very good detail. Nice chunky animation. Might not be the right excavator here for the job, but very nice animation. Flip quarry so open side is against the rocks. I had that last time, and then the... I can show you. I can show you how it looks. I decided against that. For reasons. Seems to work out better the other way. It's fine. It helps with the loading of the trucks because it's already canted, slanted. It has some camber. Okay, why is the construction waste not being loaded? Because I need to set it. I have set it. The storages are also set. Road connection does not exist. I guess it hasn't been built. I guess we'll try a waste truck directly, or was it a dump truck? We don't have any dump trucks right now. The Yas. Okay, it is loading. Never mind. It is loading. It's working. Okay. Good. This looks safe. Perfectly normal. Oh my god, think like, what emote is that? Jesus Christ. Oh god. It's not October yet, please. That's horrifying. Only the technical service here that handles the removal of waste. Ah, okay, so I was wondering why people were calling them technical office or technical service. The free building is called a technical office. The proper buildings are called a technical service. No, Thorgrim, please. No. No. Coal prices are going down, but we haven't invested in coal construction yet, so that's good. Could always change back. Is there any other resource that's going up? Gravel production is running, which means as soon as the conveyor connection to the rail construction office has been completed, the rail construction will start working and it can start building up to the tunnel. After that, build towards the storage area. And once we have resources here, we can probably consider setting up some basic shopping and a bus route between the settlement and Bugodonsk, and then slowly build it up. Like a grocer, some houses, help with the construction over here, would work quite well. Hello Mark, thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. Speaking of following. Oh. Thank you very much for the follow, Thorgrim. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. So excited. Should have done that long ago. It's okay. I know how it is. Sometimes you just keep hovering a game type and you don't need to follow. Like following is nice, but I don't also see it as required. Wood and board prices. Wood prices are coming up slowly. Looks like wood is the next resource that might see some price increase. It's finally happening. Mega Monkey has been proven right. After only 31 years, the wood price is coming up. I'm not gonna start exporting it just yet. Just let that go up, like, let it go crazy. It's never wrong. Profit per worker of boards is very high. The profit of boards per worker was negligible compared to anything else in the Republic going on at the time. Oh yay, we made 610,000 in boards. No, I had 2 workers in the logging camps and I had 3 workers in the sawmill. So that's 5 workers. The profit per worker is very high in the oil pump check. Very, very high. From 2 workers. It's an insane amount of money from only 5 workers. Okay, let's see. If this is boards by 5 workers, which it wasn't because we also ran some imports and exports at some point, then the clothing factory surely is not 10 times but 20 times that, right? Per building approximately, per the 2 buildings. Man, you would need to set up such a logging industry to make that worthwhile. You might be right, but the fuel price still killed it. It's worthwhile with what you have now. I mean, the board prices are coming up now, so we'll see. Boards, like oil, are quite the logistical effort, whereas clothing is quite the worker count effort, I guess. So maybe the next early start will be a lumber focus run with a sawmill getting fed by logging trains from across the map, and the first research would be automatic tree replanting, because why not? Okay, some hazardous waste got delivered here, so there's still a technical service out there which is not set up correctly. I will go through them now. We don't have that many. Okay, found one. So then that one doesn't have any waste. That one we already dealt with. That one's set up correctly. Water doesn't have any assignment. It shouldn't. Why are you going to the customs house? I guess I wasn't sure if this would be safe to pick up from the city, because it's quite far away. But it should be fine, so let's change those assignments and pick up from the city and drive the wastewater also up here. Now it should be set up correctly. To the point where I think we can just tear this one down. Importing water. For the first village, it was so close. This trip through the snow was a risky proposition. And it still could be, like, we have to pay attention to the water supply here, but it goes down fairly slowly. And we didn't have an asphalt road back then, so yeah. Now that we have an asphalt road, the vehicle will be able to go full speed even throughout winter, and it should be safe. Just the storage now, and then the rail construction office will have access to gravel. Oh man, those concrete trucks, that's the old Roosevelt speed. Now it feels like I want to switch them even after asphalting, because that's driving half the speed of the asphalt road during winter, and that's painful. So the concrete mixers should definitely be replaced with better ones. Some that can go 40 kilometers an hour would be perfect, and the concrete can just do that. Looks like the waste storages are done. The first ones. Can now swap over to the next set. And these are now storages that the distribution office can go to as well, because they've been fully cleared of any residual waste. Sewage truck isn't really necessary because the sewage piping has been put in place. Let's set up a proper distribution office to replace the free one that's been sitting here for a few years. Actually, let's not do that, because I said we already have one for the citizen goods. I just need to move the vehicles over. I get distracted by... It was probably the fuel crisis. But yeah. Do we have the warehouse filled? No. Who's going to handle the supply of the warehouse? Is it the village's distribution? I think it might be you pulling the resources yourself over to this area. Because having two distribution offices, one bringing the resources and one distributing them locally, seems a bit much, especially with a settlement that small. We'll centralize our resources. No more customs house. Clothing you can pick up from the shopping center in the city because it produces clothing, so the shopping center is always filled to the brim. That should get rid of the demand for going to the customs house directly. We'll add another truck or two. Smaller refrigerated trucks, for example. yeah, you have local storages, a local warehouse, and a local meat storage. I guess that's all we need. A local storage for alcohol, food, and clothing in the warehouse to some capacity, with a warning set to it, and hopefully they always get the resources delivered on time. Because the settlement is still far away. That is still a thing. I could also have a single truck bringing resources here. I like that idea more. Get a separate large truck that is waiting until unloaded at the warehouse. Do I have one available right now? I do not have a covered hull truck available. I think that'll work better. We take one of these, make it full of mostly food. That should be the highest resource we consume. %50 food, 10% clothing, 10% alcohol. So 80% food, I guess, and then wait until unloaded for food. Let's not do that. Let's go back down to 60% and make alcohol and clothing 20% each. And then we'll run that as a direct route from the storage up here. And we can set it to unload. And then wait until unloaded for food and then run again. That way this distribution office doesn't have to care about filling the resource storages, and it also doesn't have to go to Volgodonsk. We will bring the resources from there by truck. Except for the meat. I will need a dedicated meat truck. We can use the larger meat truck that we already have. I already have one in there, never mind. So that's fine. I just need to fix the clothing route. So you go to the citizen goods warehouse and then the local shopping center to pick up clothing. Because there's none in the warehouse itself, it's always being exported from here. I guess there will be some, but there's no guarantee that there will be. We'll go into the city, pick up from the shopping center, and bring it down to the small town. Just a second. Alright, I'm back. For centralizing our pickups from the resource deposits in the city, even if a settlement is close to the customs house, we're using larger chunks of imports to deal with things other than not smaller like truck imports. And if at some point we replace the resources in these buildings with our own produce, like self-made alcohol or food, we don't have to switch all the villages around. It will just take the resources from here and everything will trickle down correctly. 10-hour stream apparently. Jesus. Double. Woohoo. Oh, look at that. Slow excavators causing traffic jams. And yeah, they can't be carried by anything, so that would be a new thing during construction work, having the excavators as close as possible to construction sites. Otherwise they just drive back and forth very slowly. And spend a lot of fuel. Down to 4 loans. No uptime command. Why do we need an uptime command when it says right under the stream? What else should it say? Like, I don't get that command. It's like, how long has the stream been up? Let me look underneath the stream itself. It says 10 hours and 1 minute. What could that mean? Why is there so few workers in the heating plant? Let's make sure the heating plant has a priority before other buildings after the fire station. The mobile app shows things differently. Ah, okay. Well, I didn't know about. I was. The mobile app is stupid, but sure, I get it. Okay, the uptime command has been enabled. It should work now, hopefully. Yay, it does. I didn't lie. Cement and water. That water issue. Can't have the water truck go through the end station. Not cool. Anyway, that'll be water deliveries. The other one will come from the utility, the auxiliary utility distribution office for Hugodonsk, which can bring cement over here. And then we should be able to run some concrete production in the area. Which means I can have a construction office over here with concrete trucks much closer to the construction location, and maybe even an excavator or two. Gas station on fire? No problem. So concrete mixers, the yak concrete would be a good replacement. Can carry more and drives a lot faster. Priority for the output would be towards the storage for the gravel processing would be low. Asphalt and concrete would be medium and high priority. That way we can ensure that the smaller internal storages for the asphalt and concrete plant are kept as full as possible. And the large storage for dump trucks and the rail construction gets least big. Wood prices spiking. Stopping to rise, I guess. Let's see. So the heating plant, we were fine with like 50% pollution, the small heating plant that is. And it's outputting 5 tons per year, so 2.5 tons should be fine. I do remember that the clothing factory makes about that, but the food factory and distillery I can't remember right now. 4.4 tons, okay. Food factory, 15 tons of food, 7.5 tons of pollution. Should not be in the city. Distillery, even more pollution. Unless of course we run it at a reduced worker rate within walking distance. But maybe those could be industries on the other side of the lake with a bus route. Or like, could be a train route going around the lake and just dropping them off at the industry. The industry itself would definitely have to be connected to the rail network, because that's where the citizen good trains would go to pick up the food from, rather than the customs house. Which would make the travel time for those trains longer at that point. We will probably also need a way for the train to switch over between the lanes, in case it goes over to collect food and does a drive-by delivery to the storage from the other direction. Only if the train runs into like supply issues, where the food stored inside the train is insufficient to run the supply, even when picking up food from a factory on the city. Missing fuel. Gotta run the train again. We're still moving fuel to the backup storage, just in case. Residential buildings say the quality of drinking water is bad, but it's 9%. 9? What's that? It's set to 96%. 97 is drinking water. The houses will need 97 to not have any issues. I don't know what it actually is. If it is below 97, you should get a warning. Oh. Trying to distract me from taking out a loan. 96 is too low, yes. Okay, we caught it. I'll have to have a power switch somewhere here for high voltage that we then can run across the valley and the hill to bring in electricity to the area for probably a high voltage transformer in the construction sector, in the residential area, and the other industrial area. So definitely a 6 times high voltage switch would be necessary to make sure everyone gets their fair share of electricity. The city would also be producing power if everything goes right. So there might be another 6 times switch going into a better high voltage wire. At that point. Oh god, it has a water connection now. Never mind, I guess it's intended to have a water connection. And it got retrofitted. So no shenanigans with the water deliveries. We just set up a well and a pump to hook it up. I really thought they were going for like, oh, you can't have efficient water deliveries to an old concrete plant, so you gotta make something work. Well, turns out that was incorrect. And wait. It doesn't retrofit. This one doesn't have it. Did that sneak in between patch 6 and 7, I guess? Should be able to rebuild that one to fix it, I guess. How does that happen? How does what happen? The missing water connection? Just an oversight, I think. Can I force it to appear by demolishing the gravel, the concrete plant, and then just letting it rebuild? I'm gonna try that one. It's gonna be a test. I'm not sure if I can cancel the demolition once I start it because there's so much waste in it. Oh, I can. Too much waste on demolition. Okay. Guess we need to prevent it from being demolished for now. Get the waste removed, which is all gravel basically. and then rebuild it and see if it works. If not, we just have to demolish it and reset it up. But if I cancel the demolition, it might work. Oh, I need the demolition officers assigned. Those with waste trucks. But not excavators, that one. You can be on auto search. That means we don't have any concrete right now. Except for whatever this building will make with the tiny bit of water deliveries it's getting right now. Let me set up another construction office. One that can pick up gravel. Actually, we already have construction offices here. No one has picked up any waste yet. Alright, hopefully those 4 trucks will help with the demolition for now. Maybe I don't have to empty it out too much. They're only supposed to remove the waste, not actually demolish the building. And we'll see if we can reset it, if it will have a water connection all of a sudden, or if we could need to completely demolish it. For that time we will also remove the conveyor connection here, so it doesn't refill with its own new supply of gravel once it gets rebuilt. And we can already start up the construction of a water well. And a pump. Although we won't have any concrete, so it's not going to go far. Okay, if you can't unload at the processing plant, try and unload the rest here. because that one should always be able to unload since it's going into an export. No need to like waste that much fuel for not that much gain. Okay, they should start picking up waste now. And once they have run that empty, at the latest, we can cancel the demolition and see if it works. If it doesn't work, we have to demolish it in the bit of road and the conveyor connection. But maybe it just recognizes that there's no updated version of the concrete plant. I'll give the mixers a new assignment, I guess. From the border for now. At least that way we will still have some concrete. The other thing I was wondering is if the waste water from the rail construction office has been fixed. We have a sewage substation here, a switch with 2 houses connected, and the repair station and the rail construction office. Previously that one made a ton of sewage, and it still seems to be doing that. Because there's running water connected to the rail construction office, and somehow that gets converted into sewage. It might be overflowing. Ooh, combo broken. A little bit. It's not that bad. You need to be assigned to a water and sewage source. Apparently I set it to the wrong building. Must have. Hello Hailstorm. Welcome. Seems to be pushing some gravel into the building. I'm not sure what the logic is. Maybe it's taking gravel and other construction materials and then it doesn't finish construction completely when not enough workers are there, and then it drives back with some gravel and puts that back into the building itself. Okay. We got confirmation from chat that actually seems to be true. Bridge is actually taking a long time to build. Encouraging you to like go as low as possible so the bridge doesn't need as many construction materials. But then later on you realize, oh, we need a higher bridge for ships. Could have maybe taken a bridge here. Would have been very quick to build comparatively. But this one's gonna last. Looks like these waste trucks are also done. And now we have 9 waste dumps for spreading out the ash from the incinerator, and hopefully that's enough to dissipate it quickly. If not, we have to add more, but this should now all be clean waste. Oh, there is some plastics waste happening. Okay, good thing I have an open haul truck in there. It also needs to be set to be allowed to export said waste to the border. Otherwise it doesn't matter. Wouldn't work. Looks like the single truck is keeping up with demand over here. Amazing. Why are there not enough sellers here? Some people unemployed, but okay, you know what? There's more people here than... There's no need for people to being a little bit too dummy to not work in the grocer. I'll hopefully fix it. Has the waste been cleaned up at the concrete plant? Almost. I can cancel it now, but we can also wait until it's completely empty. Let's cancel it. Is there a water connection now? There is not, so we have to fully demolish it. It does remember which building it was previously. That makes sense. So we'll tear it up, get rid of these footpaths, and build it again. And this time with a proper water connection. Just need a water pump, then we're in business. The reconstruction of our prison isn't working very well. It's lacking some concrete. Well, I guess I'll increase its priority so that one of the concrete trucks can maybe do a delivery. Maybe I should have waited until the second concrete plant is up proper before demolishing the first one. But that would have been the right thing to do, and I decided that I'm done doing that. We're just doing what we want. It's fine. Those slow concrete trucks, man. And they're still in tip-top shape. We could go ahead and replace them everywhere. These ones are vehicles I would replace now with the better version, just for the road speed. The other ones can go 30 kilometers an hour currently and are running okay. Get some water delivered to the substation. Iron price going up. Sounds good to me. It's only using one track builder right now. One of the track building logic has been changed. Normally it would be able to send multiple track builders out, but maybe because it goes back and forth over this area, it kind of reserves this track piece for itself and doesn't allow another track builder to go out. The other one wouldn't do that, because it would just go to the construction site and shouldn't really block that. I guess they're only building that one right now. Weird. I'll make it work so both of them can run at the same time. And then I guess I need another signal here. So this one has the ability to turn around in this block. A bit weird, but it should work. Demolition is done, just waiting for the waste to be removed. Well, the demolition on most of these. We still need to get rid of the waste from these footpaths and finish the demolition of them. Yep, the other concrete plant is now locked. And it was probably just available until they fixed this. Okay, should be able to build that as soon as the other demolition tasks are done. Which hopefully will not take too long. And then we can set up more concrete production. And have to reassign all the construction offices, because this is the only source of concrete. Even for the construction offices in Gugoshny. I wonder if they have a lot of maintenance tasks pending right now. No, they have nothing. They're fine. Wear and tear for the buildings, 35% for the pump jack. I guess there's no construction office up here, so this would at some point undergo wear and tear issues. There's enough buildings in range. Sure. Goshny. Why do you do this demolition? Let someone else do it. You're so far away. This one would be fine. It's so close. Well, let's give it some more moments. Maybe at the end of March they're ready. Still have to demolish one footpath. Do we get some workers? Oh boy, the excavators. The excavators. Disrupting. Very disrupting. Okay. Thank you very much for the follow, Wescal. Much appreciated. Okay, last waste pickup from the demolition office in Kukoshny. And then the area should be ready for the new concrete plant. Okay, also remove that conveyor, otherwise I can't place it. Backup fuel tank is almost completely full. If that thing burns down, that's a bit of money lost. About 3.8 million. Not too bad actually. But that also adjusts prices based on what it currently costs, so we might have paid more than that for it. But I think it's good to have an emergency reserve. No reasons. That would be our setup. Still need to get rid of the dirt road, but otherwise it'll fit here quite well. Water pump will be not too difficult either. And once these workers are done, 2 waste trucks should be able to remove that quickly. Gravel. Let's remove you and make these 2 trucks pick up the waste. Or whatever truck is close by. Hello Idolmaris, thank you very much for the follow. And welcome to the stream. I guess there's no waste storage in range here anymore? No, there is. Why were you picking up? Oh, you were picking up the waste from the conveyor. Makes sense, obviously. Alright. Conveyor is gone. Now we can place a proper concrete plant with water connection. And the conveyor also has to connect, of course. Almost got back concrete back. Excellent. We'll have to check the construction offices then that everything is hooked up correctly, but I think that's a good change for the future because we will have a properly functioning concrete plant that doesn't need any workarounds with water substations. Looks like we're almost at the resource storage, but there's of course more construction to be done all the way up to the tunnels here. Bridges taking their time. Another thing about it, I should replace this with a large pump because then I can also run a water pipe to the rail construction office without setting up a dedicated water pump and pipe. So this will have to be changed at some point. Or no, it doesn't. We can run another water pump. Yeah, we can set up a second water pump. It's fine. We have 2 output connections from the well. You should be able to turn around. What was the situation with that? Was it just another... something like that, I think. To allow you to automatically turn around. Wait, oh you're trying to go to that construction site. Well, that is currently not available. Never mind, because we were done with the other one. Okay. What's going on here? Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? I don't want to redo all the signals to make you go home. Absolute terrible. Why are they not refueling? Why did you not refuel? Everyone has to go home. Ugh. But why didn't they refuel? Why are you complaining? That one. Got it. Now you can turn around and go into a depot and let Mr. Stupid Pants here also go into a depot, because I don't know how to refuel through a coaling station that I always have to drive through. Unbelievable. That's how you do it, see? That's how you refuel a train. Should probably launch the citizen goods train first, because that's kind of important. What's up now? Wait a minute. They changed this one to actually have the correct fuel type now. That's why I didn't refuel. Alright. If that's how you play, then I guess I have to change the train. You two, you also have the wrong train. Okay. So these ones are now correctly diesel. So there's an early start diesel locomotive if you want one. And I have 2 of them. Let's see. That was the 60km/h one. So I guess I'll switch this one over to the Polish one ×2. Could go with the BR80, but how about no? Well, that's good that they changed that, but it wasn't mentioned in the patch notes. I think. Maybe it was. I don't think it was. Caught me a bit off guard. One delivery of concrete and then we can bring the rest from locally to build the concrete plant. Water pipe is almost done as well. You're going into the Heritage Museum, I guess, which is up here. What do you mean it's unreachable? Oh, because another train is leaving right now. No, that makes sense. Another train is leaving and one train is arriving. Let me reset the train cars already before I copy them over. Okay. Oh, 11 hours, 2-minute stream. Are you doing a marathon? I don't plan to, but it's kinda looking like I am. At most 3 more hours, but probably shorter than that. Okay, now we can't hold these. So 2 metal scrap, 2 construction waste. Perfect. Onward. Blinky is a finely tuned German machine. Yeah, stop repairing that thing. It's going to the scrapyard anyway. Sorry, I meant Heritage Museum. You can go for days. No, no. Definitely not. Do not put false hope to some people. It is not meant to be. Lovely. How did you manage that? Oh, because of that signal, probably. Yeah, that one. Well, there you go. The bridge construction, the bridge truss has actually begun. 300 tons of steel. Expensive, but worth it. Still can't believe how low our loan capacity actually is. After 32 years of playing. Is that concrete arriving here soon? Oh, it's going to Nakorov Large Customs. Makes sense. I thought it was heading over to the unnamed settlement to pick up concrete from there, or bringing concrete over from there towards the new concrete plant, but no, that's not happening. No workers needed in the asphalt plant for now because it can't actually function for lack of electricity, and we didn't deliver any bitumen because we can't deliver any without any electricity. I think next time we will definitely have a setup here that can function as a starting point. We'll set up a bare minimum settlement of a few houses next to a grocer or even just a kiosk and use that as like a workforce to run the basics. I might set up a grocer. The idea of setting up a temporary settlement just to relocate everyone into the city kind of intrigues me. So grocery kiosk might be a bit too small. If we put that kiosk in an area where we think it's going to stay at in the future, maybe we can set it up where it's going to be placed on this road and people can walk through the tunnel. Too low down. Then I guess we would set up the grocer here and build some housing up. Something that could change in the future, but we would already run a settlement with its own workers. Maybe a free bus stop. And I can still put up a fake footpath through the tunnel. I'll make it look like as if people can walk in there. This is also probably the settlement where we will start utilizing the large structures with the road going through it. Where we can enclose housing blocks completely. But that will happen at a later time. Do I want that? A grocer with some houses. No, because we don't have a heating plant. And that requires more setup. Almost made a bit of a mistake. We could increase the amount of people living inside Thomasneu, which is close by a village that still has more capacity for housing, but wasn't really supposed to get too big. But I guess we could drop in some houses and demolish them after. It would be the easiest option, just like some barracks basically, some additional workers. Some low quality flats to help with the housing construction. I kinda like that idea. That is going to work. That would give them an additional 120 citizens here. All ready to work for us in the future. And we can pick them up as construction office workers from any construction office we run over here until we relocate everyone to the new settlement and get rid of the barracks basically. Alright, concrete has been delivered to the concrete plant so that they can now finish the construction. The water piping has already been put in place. I did not make a mistake by accidentally not hooking it up. So as soon as the building is up, we can reassign it as a source for concrete. One more delivery of bricks, and it's gonna be done. And then we have to go back and reassign all the construction officers to the rebuilt concrete plant. What's up with you? Oh, you're the road crane building that building, I guess. I like that era. I like this pre-1960 era edition a lot. I think the slower pace works really well. And going through more of a technology tree, more of a an industrial revolution, makes everything later feel more impactful. Like getting these buses for the first time. You start out with them in regular workers and resources. Getting them in this, from when you start from 1930 and suddenly see a bus that can carry 52 workers for very cheap. It's very amazing. There we go. We got concrete. As soon as we hook up the cement deliveries. I guess that also went into the demolition when I tore the building down. Thank you for the follow, Mish5LJ. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, all the construction sources are just copied over all the buildings other than the road construction work. Workers should be fine. Concrete, yep. And then you don't need any concrete, but still got it copied. Now we do the maintenance officers in Gugoshny. should set them up correctly, and that's, I think, it. I don't think I have any other construction offices which would need changing. I can just look at the warning messages and see if there's one that says source of concrete not assigned. Should be good now. Just waiting on the delivery of cement, then can start running again, as per usual. In addition to our other existing concrete plant. Source of gravel should now be the vehicle loading, because it's much faster to pick up from. We need electricity for the asphalt plant to work, then we can also allow workers to walk into it. If we use the new bus stop, which we are. I'll have to plan for the high voltage wire and a transformer. We put a 6x switch here. Looks like we will have to tear down the wire leading to the oil well temporarily. Fuel price still 3,200, like it's still making money. Yeah, let's just tear it down completely. I'm going to set it up proper with a transformer. Temporary connection from the construction sector over here, with the wire being relocated closer at some point. But this will give it electricity. We'll just run a temporary wire along this route, hopefully avoiding most things. Probably not though. It should allow us to set up something a little bit better, to akin to like having people move in. But yeah, that'll be the first part of the electricity. Second part, a high voltage switch with the proper wire going over the mountain. And then we can also redo the other temporary wire here if we want to, but this one can stay. This would be demolished as soon as we have the proper electricity for the section hooked up, which needs to encompass everything and be built closer towards the center here. I guess right next to the rail construction office would be fine. And an underground wire here should be sufficient. And that would provide electricity also to the asphalt plant, at which point we can deliver bitumen and run that one for the local construction offices as well. You should be able to go in there and build. I guess I haven't made any signals here yet. Might be worth doing. Source of workers will be the bus stop from Turimasnoi. Construction materials from this storage. Electronic and mechanical components we will have to pick up from the warehouse in the next city. And then the rest is just fixing the issues to make sure that the productions actually work. And once they do, we can fill out the construction offices with the appropriate vehicles. Yeah, the rail construction office seems to take all the gravel for itself. It looks like the rail construction office got turned... No, it didn't get turned into an active building, did it? It looked like it was pulling the resources into the rail construction office, even though the rail construction vehicles were inside. I'm not sure if they had any effect on that. They might have. Let's test it briefly before the rail construction vehicles get back. If there's no gravel left in the storage, then that is what is actually happening. Yeah. Looks like it gets pulled to the rail construction office, so it is pulling its internal storage full of resources. And my idea with the resource storage here doesn't quite work the way I thought it would. But I guess as soon as the rail construction office is full, we just have to delete some of the resources if we ever do any demolition work. Yeah, we'll hook up the power again soon. Give me a moment. But doesn't that mean we had our first death spiral or almost death spiral after 30 years in game? That's pretty good. Took way longer than expected. More people in the general waste separation. It's not running fast enough. The transfer dump is slowly running full. Anyway, I think I'm going to call it here. It's been a long stream, but I still hope you enjoyed it for the majority of time. We'll probably be back tomorrow, the way things have been going. This was a lot of fun. And next time it looks like we're getting close towards actually starting with the construction of the next settlement. We're building out a workforce, which will hopefully help with that. I should maybe limit this to only accept workers without a higher education. And we can pick them up by construction vehicles and use them to build houses nearby. This might be a good thing to do in the future with villages, like if you want to expand somewhere, plop down a small village, which is relatively easy, then expand it with some additional housing capacity and you have your construction workers close to where you want to build. So yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll be raiding someone. Let's raid... I don't know. Someone? Yeah, someone. Someone. JD Plays playing Captain of Industry. I'm going to raid you over to Tuscanity, who's playing Gran Turismo 4, which is something completely different. So if you are not interested in some vintage racing game, that is absolutely understandable. But if that is not an issue, please stick around. Not Venture Story. Gran Turismo is a PlayStation racing game. One of the early games that tried to be a simulator. And Tuscanity has been trying to run through that game from start to finish to 100% the game, I think. So, should be a chill stream, hopefully. In any case, I'll be back tomorrow, so take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.